Hello, lovely souls. Welcome to the Conversation with MJ, where we are going to embark on a journey of connection, growth, discovery together. I'm your host, MJ, and I'm thrilled to have you join me on this exhilarating ride through realms of inspiration, wisdom, and insight. So, we're going to deep dive into the heart of what it means to live a fulfilling life, to pursue our passions, and to unlock our greatest potential. Each episode is a celebration of human connection and a testament to the power of authenticity and a reminder that we are all on this journey together. So get ready to be inspired, get ready to be empowered, and get ready to ignite your inner fire, because here at Conversations with MJ, the adventure never ends. So join us with every moment an opportunity to shine. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, please leave a comment, and the show will be starting shortly. See you soon. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I hope everybody had a good Monday. I hope everybody had a good Monday. It's the first day of the week. And, people are starting to go home and trying to get rest in and get prepared for the next day. But I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody's doing well. So I'm doing another reaction and review stream. Okay. There are two debates that I actually wanted to go over that a lot of people have done and they have given their perspective, and I wanted to give my perspective on it. So we will be going over the Cooley versus Yada debate from Harley Initiative. And then I also want to go over the interview that they did with Isis, who was a content creator, and her situation that occurred with her estranged husband. We're going to go over those two tonight. But before I do, hold on, let me minimize this. So before I do, I have a little short article that I got from Dr. Romney. Y'all know I love Dr. Romney. Y'all guys know I love Dr. Romney. So she was talking about what happens when dealing with a narcissist when they finally find out that you know about them, right? That now that you understand what they're doing, how they react to that, right? Because one of the biggest things. Hi, Angela. How you doing? Thank you for coming. Thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful day too. I appreciate you. Thank you. One of the things that we don't realize when it comes down to narcissists, right? One of the things that get their feelings going is the fact that they think that they're being sneaky. It's the fact that they think that they are actually getting over on you and they want to get over on you, right? So the fact is that you really don't know what they're doing, or you don't really know what their end goal is. That also is a kicker for them, right? As well as getting over with all the other stuff that they want to get over on you with. But when a narcissist knows that you know who they are and you understand, what they're trying to do, there is a certain reaction that happens, right? And when a narcissist gets find out, what they normally do, and we're going to go over it with Dr. Romney because she's really the expert, right? But what they tend to do is now they tend to have these tactics against you where they'll go on a whole campaign to try to destroy you. That's a part of the smear campaign that I try to let people know about that they will do, right? But it's like an ongoing thing. It's an ongoing thing when they want to destroy you, right? It seems like they don't let it go. Even if they was able to accomplish what they wanted to accomplish out of you, it's still never enough. It's still never enough for them. They still want to constantly attack, assault you, bully you, and everything like that. And they feel that it's their right to do it. It feels that they have the right to continue to torment you, right? And to continue to pull you back into the mess. And this is why one of the biggest advice that anybody can have when dealing with a narcissist is not to entertain them. You cannot entertain them. You got to treat them like they don't exist. They're not important. They're not there. That's the only way, because anytime you think that you're going to really go to war with a narcissist, I'm going to tell you, if you're not a full-blown narcissist or worse than they are, then it's not going to work. If you're a person with a conscience, it's not going to work. If you're a decent human being, it's not going to work. You know what I'm saying? If you know right from wrong, it's not going to work. It only works where you can go toe-to-toe with a narcissist if he's going toe-to-toe with someone exactly like himself. And that person is the bigger bear in the room. That's the only time it works. Outside of that, if you do not play their rules and their game, it's never going to work. It's never going to work because they're going to find a way how to draw you back in, how to change the scenario. And keep in mind, guys, when I say him, her, when I say him, he, I'm not only speaking to just the male gender. I'm talking about as women as well, right? I'm talking about women as well. People who are narcissists, especially if they're diagnosed with NPDs, those are battles that you can't win. The only way that you can win is to cut off their supply. And the supply is them having access to you in any form of fashion. Your feelings, your emotions, your responses, everything. You just have to cut them off dry. Cut them off dry. Let's see who's in here. There's a few people that popped in. Hi, Michelle. How you doing? Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see. Romani, what's going on? How are you? Oh my God, it's my problem child. What up, Royce? That's my problem child. Number one corner boy right there. Number one corner boy. Let's see. Oh, here go Ignite. What's going on, Ignite? What's going on? He's trying to be a corner boy. I see this. All right. So let's go ahead and let's go view Dr. Romney's about how a narcissist knows when you know that they're up to something, knows when you know that you figure out what the plan is and what the goal is. We're going to get examples of that. Okay, I share my screen. I hope y'all can see it. Okay. Is this okay? Can you put a 1 in the chat if this is all right? 1 in the chat. Just put a 1 in the chat if this is good. You can actually see it. Is it too small? Let me know. Let me know. Let's see. Maybe this will work. All right, let's get into it.
Hi everyone, it's Dr. Ramani and welcome back to this YouTube channel that takes on all kinds of little and big issues related to narcissistic relationships. So some of you are thinking, I've watched so many of your damn videos, lady. I get this. I really get this now. Well, now I'm going to let you know. In a way, you're kind of screwed once the narcissist knows that you know. So let's take that apart and really lay out what that means for you. So this relates to a consistent question I get from people all the time via the comments or emails or whatever is, do the narcissists know? Do narcissists know that they're narcissistic or difficult? And maybe even more important is the question of, do narcissists really know how insecure they are? Because clearly this person's insecure. Do they know? The answer to that is ish. Remember that shame rage spiral I talk about so often? Narcissistic people aren't demented or frankly delusional. They are able to see that there are consequences to their behavior. And they know that their behavior at times is not a good look. But their impulsivity and their entitlement in some ways means that they cannot stop themselves and don't think they should have to. It's as though they will burst if they don't get their nonsense out. It's that tension reduction I talked about. So they know that over time, their behavior is kind of causing a problem, but they will rationalize their behavior, justify their behavior, explain it, defend it. But yeah, in a tiny corner of their brains, they know what they're doing is probably not a good thing. And sometimes in therapy, if they're in therapy, they may even admit that they can't stop themselves. It's too uncomfortable. They just need to get it out. And they know it sounds silly if they actually spoke their truth, which would be, why can't everyone just let me get away with what I have to say? I don't really mean it, and I just need to let it out. I think that everyone is out to get me when they don't let me, and life is so unfair to me, and I do always know what's best. Why can't everything just be my way and let me have my tantrum? They can't say that, and they know it.
Hey, thank you, young Reyes. How you doing? Salute to you. Salute to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. But you know what? She's absolutely right, because we have seen it numerous of times, and we can probably identify it as just regular human beings, right? It just seems like the whoever is the narcissist or whoever is the NPD, they just, all they want to do is just be able to do what they want to do and get away with it with no consequences. None whatsoever. They don't want to be judged. They don't want no consequences. They don't want people pulling back from them. They don't want people to stop them in their track. They want you to allow them to endure doing whatever they did, and you're being okay with it. And then you're supposed to be the one who is supposed to understand that they need to have this sort of outburst, right? Because whatever they're feeling in their mind or whatever not, and whatever is making them angry or hostile towards anybody, right? Because it's not like, yes, they have their people, their targets, but normally they would do that with anyone. You got to realize, when you're dealing with a narcissistic person, it's not only just you. A narcissistic person is a narcissistic person to anyone. This is how they show up in relationships. This is how they show up at work. This is how they show up at practices. If you're in a part of a sport, this is how they show up in your household, right? They attack relationships in this type of way, where it's, I need to be able to do whatever I want. And if you're not empathetic to me to do whatever I want, then you're the problem. You're the problem that you don't allow me to do A, B, C, and D. Now, it's different when we talk about some people and their behaviors, and then we be like, maybe you want to, check that out a little bit. Or, I don't feel comfortable. I don't appreciate it. There's difference, right? But that's when you're dealing with someone who's a decent, normal person who might have made a mistake. Narcissists, not all narcissists, right? Because there's even levels to narcissism, right? Most people do have a small level of narcissism in them, but when we're talking about people who have high extreme levels of narcissism or NPDs, that's how they believe, that's how they operate. It's their world, and you're a squirrel in their world trying to get a nut. This is what they believe. It doesn't matter what social status they're in. It doesn't matter what class they're in. It doesn't matter what race they are in. It doesn't matter what gender they are, right? These particular individuals believe that they are the one all and be all. They are on the top of the food chain. Doesn't matter if they're not on the top of the food chain when it comes down to actual physical attributes, whether if they're resourceful, whether if they have income, whether if they have a job. These people think that they're the cream of the crop. That's that what we would call a huge ego, right? And they believe that are you are responsible for making them be able to do whatever they want to do. You're responsible for making them show up and not be held accountable for their mistakes. You're supposed to enable them, right? And they believe that everyone is supposed to be their enabler. Everyone. If they decide that they want to designate you as their enabler, if you don't fit that role, there is going to be consequences that you're going to get, meaning that you will now become their new target. You will now become their new target. And what Dr. Romney was just speaking about at that point, she was talking about how they do understand what they're doing is wrong. They understand that they shook the table too much and people will pull back. But they only understand, yeah, maybe I kind of fucked up if they realize that people stop enabling them when they went too far, and now people are saying, I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to associate myself with you. I want you to stay far away from me, right? Then they're like, dang, I don't have a crowd anymore. Dang, I really messed up. Like there is no, I'm sorry, I apologize. And that's not going to work. Like people are not going to take their apologies anymore because that's what a lot of narcissists do. They will apologize. They will act like they're humble. They will act like they understood what they did wrong, and they're going to make changes just to keep you reeled in, when all they know that they just need enough time to have access to you so they can do it all over again. They're going to do it all over again. So when she's talking about how narcissists won't really actually go to a therapist or a counselor and actually tell them, well, the whole big problem is that I want people to do things the way I want them to do it, and they don't want to do it, and I don't want to suffer any consequences from it. I'm entitled to cause havoc and destruction and terrorize people, and they supposed to love me and respect me no different if I did do it. But let's go on.
But that's what's happening. So there's an inflection point in every narcissistic relationship. It's the point when they see that you get it. It's a subtle dance. It's something that's happening just under the radar. It's almost imperceptible. You aren't taking the bait as much. You aren't letting the gaslighting get to you as much. You're gray rocking a little more. You're not defending. You're not explaining. You may even be holding yourself a tiny bit taller because now you get it. Maybe you aren't putting yourself down as much or getting as anxious when they say they will cut bait and leave, or maybe we need to get a divorce, or when they throw their passive aggressive stuff at you. Interestingly, at this phase of the relationship, it becomes even more miserable, and the narcissistic person will act out even more. It's as though you have peered into their insecurity and figured out their game, and they don't like that. When people start to gray rock, you can almost graph it. It looks like a roller coaster. The narcissist's rage will increase for a while. They aren't getting the same fights out of you. The bait isn't working. Remember, they need you to take the bait and behave in an unhinged way so then they can say, ooh, somebody's all worked up, and they can feel better about themselves. So they start getting meaner, up the roller coaster. They start insulting your friends or family. They start going after things about yourself that they know are triggers for you. They may make fun of your job. They may make fun of your cooking. It starts getting more and more toxic. You didn't think it was possible, but it is. But if you could stand your ground and not break.
She's absolutely right? Because that's what most narcissists do, right? When they feel that you got their game and you are no longer entertaining them, now all of a sudden they put on the heat, right? And that is how their emotions actually flow, right? That's why narcissism, or people who are narcissists, they literally go hand in hand with being sociopaths, and they're volatile. Their emotions are like roller coasters. It's up and down, up and down, up and down, right? That is the difference between a said serial killer, right? Because a serial killer is a psychopath, right? Psychopathy is completely different than sociopathy, right? When you're a psychopath, you don't have any emotions. You're very mundane. You're very level. The way how you feel at a wedding is equivalent to the way how you will feel at a funeral, right? They show no emotions. They don't care. So this is why they can do horrible acts when the ones who do, right? The ones who do horrible acts and they go out there and they unalive people and stuff like that, and they turn into the son of Sam and things of that sort. They don't have no emotions. They don't have no feeling. They are so detached from the emotional part of doing bad deeds to other people or harming other people. They feel nothing. But when you're a narcissist and you're a sociopath, you feel everything. You have your super ups, like where you're feeling so high, you're feeling so alive, you're feeling like, "Oh, I got it. I'm the man, I'm the woman." You know what I'm saying? Nobody can top me. And then you have your very low points when you feel like, "Dang, I really messed up, nobody likes me," all the stuff like that, right? And then when a narcissist realizes that you get caught on to their game, you know what they're looking for, you know what they're seeking and searching for you. They have to find a way to try to pour you back in. So what do? They taunt you. They'll continue to taunt you. They will bully you. They will start to do things to try to trigger you. They'll know, right? This is why they're very charismatic too, right? They'll try to find out things about you, get close, and all of that is intel. They're not trying to get to know you because they want to get to know you like a good person, like a genuine human being, and find similarities amongst each other. That's not why they're trying to get to know you. They literally get to know you because they want intel. They want information that they can put in their little folder in the back of their mind so they can like use it as something as a way to go against you. If they want to trigger you, if they want to taunt you, like for example, if they know that you're insecure about wearing glasses, right? You're insecure about wearing glasses, and you told that person, let's say you was close to that individual, and you told that person that you're insecure about wearing your glasses. You feel like you look like a librarian, right? They'll act like they're empathetic or sympathetic to you while you're telling them your story. But in the back of their mind, what they're doing is, oh, so this person's insecure about wearing glasses. So when I need to bring out and I need to call them out and offend them, I'm gonna say, "You four-eye goofy da 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 da." You know what I'm saying? Then that's the reason why they did it. You see what I'm saying? So this is what she's explaining, that they're going to go worse and they're going to get higher when they realize that you found out what they're up to, and that now you're making the educational decision to remove yourself and not to pay any attention or give them any type of energy. Now they have to go hard. Now it's like, oh, I gotta go war. I gotta go to war because I know something I'll say or something I will do will get this person to react to me, because at the end of the day, we are all humans. So unless you are a psychopath and you don't care, something will eventually, trigger you. And that's what they know, because they're very well at studying people too. That's one of the biggest problems when dealing with a narcissistic individual. They study people. They study your mannerisms, they study the way how you conduct yourself around family members, workers, certain situations, how do you feel about certain topics. They literally read and study people. So that makes them very well in how they are able to manipulate people, how they're able to taunt people, and how they can continue to bully and stalk individuals. But let's go on.
Get to the top of that roller coaster, the narcissist will actually start to deflate. In some cases, they'll get bored, but they'll deflate. However, on your way to this destination, top of the roller coaster, is a world of abuse, anger, and rage. So if you thought it was bad before, zoop. So when you finally start to get it, somehow they sense it. For all of their lack of empathy, people with narcissistic personalities are tremendously attuned to their worlds, but from a to the world around them, but from a very egocentric perspective. They're always monitoring for threats. They're always looking for that person who looks at them the wrong way. They don't believe that they're ever showed the respect they believe they deserve. They feel like they don't get enough validation for all their greatness. They notice the shifts, and they notice that people are onto them. There is a point for every narcissistic person when they recognize that they have gone a bridge too far, that they really, really pushed a person to the breaking point, and that other person they push finally shuts down. This can actually be quite impactful if it happens, for example, at work or with a lower stakes person. The narcissistic people takes the people closest to them, like family and partners, for granted, so they may not notice it there. But the idea that someone out there in their world, like their work world or something, doesn't think well of them actually really activates their shame. Once they recognize that people are starting to see it and are starting to kind of walk around the narcissist as though the narcissist is unhinged, that in essence, they sort of feel like they're being kind of handled by other people. They don't like it because it activates shame. But now they're in a catch-22 because at some level, they kind of know they're unhinged. So it's a big, strange circle. And at that point, you, if you're in a relationship with them, may slowly work your way to indifference. Once you have the roadmap for narcissism, and I'll be frank with you, that roadmap is the reason for me even starting this channel. I want to show you every subtle pattern there is so you can detect it. So you can consider Dr. Ramani's YouTube channel as like Narcissism GPS, because then the pattern makes sense. You face the hard work of breaking your internal cycles of trauma bonding, etc. But once you see it, you start walking a much bigger circle around them, and they start to say like, oh, they see. They may have a wide range of behavior when you start walking that bigger circle and go between rage and trying to show you that they can keep it together and try to show you I'm actually a nice person. They may go to insults, to passive aggression. The narcissistic relationship is all about control. Controlling the image of the relationship to the world, controlling the people in the relationship, controlling the narrative, and controlling the narcissistic supply. Control, control, control. So once you understand what's happening, they want to control you even more. And they will not let you throw off their controlling ship because they want to control the narrative. And yet, once you understand it, their destabilization will mean that they can't get the control back. And now they're going to rage even more. There's no getting away from the rage. You may be thinking, is there a way for me to understand it without them losing it around me all the time? Probably not. You will either get bored of this relationship and leave, or if you can't leave, you just might make the relationship what we call very perfunctory and mechanical. Or you'll hope that they leave. Or you hope that they'll have a place to go to whenever they tantrum because you're not going to listen to it. At some point, your presence
She's absolutely right. And what I think that one of the worst things about the situation when you come across a person who is narcissistic or someone who might be suffering with a NPD, the fact is the matter is that there is no real like getting away from a narcissist. It's about having a narcissist go find another narc supply. That's kind of the irony about the whole situation, that you don't really ever get rid of a narcissist. It's when he or she get grown tired of you, that's when it's really over. And the only time that they're going to grow tired of you is when they find a new supply to feed off of. It's very predatory in a way, right? That people are being used as prey, but that's how it happens. Like, there's no ending to it. They have to find the equivalent narc supply that they can actually feel comfortable enough to let you go. That's how it is. And it's sad, unfortunately, because for me, like, for example, I would never want to push my narc onto, a push or somebody who might be a narc to me. I would have never want to push that narc onto another person because they have to suffer that fate. It's just like the weirdest thing, right? Like, oh well, like, it sucks to be you, but it ain't me anymore. Like, that's kind of like, foul in a way. Like, I feel it's foul. Some people might not think it's foul, right? But I think it's foul, right? That somebody else will have to suffer because I'm not going to suffer, And I wish there was a way where you can stop a narcissist or stop that type of narcissistic um relationship or whatever it might be, and stop it for affecting other people or stop it for affecting new people. But you can't. You really, really can't. And it's sad. It's really sad because just her saying that like pretty much like it's only when they want to walk away, right? And it's only if they found a new supply. That's it. Outside of that, all you can do is just pretty much ignore them. That's it. So you have to build yourself up. You got to be made of iron. You got to be almost ironclad in reference of once you find out that you have actually been dealing with a narcissist or you've been a part of a narcissist family, even a narcissist parent, a narcissist boss. Once you realize that particular environment or relationship that you share with anyone, a friend, a parent, a actual significant other, a boss, once you realize that that's what your relationship is, the dynamics of that relationship, you either have to just walk away from it, you have to access, try to separate yourself as much as possible, but be prepared. Be prepared that it's going to continue. It's going to continue until that person finds their new supply. And only if that new supply is giving them more than what they need. Let's see. Roy says problem solving skills are greater a comeback. Yeah. Let's see. Ignite says, I can't wait for this narc to leave me alone. Oh, shit. You got a narc too? Dang. Let's see. Some people are always trying to one up somebody, even at their own determined. Yeah, I mean, it is true. That is true. Hi, Sakura. How you doing? Most people won't listen when you try to tell them anyway. Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Because a narc doesn't listen, right? A narc wants to do what he wants to do, or she wants to do what she wants to do. I just have to keep on saying he and she just to make sure everybody know that this ain't no gender shit. It's people, but a narc will do whatever they want to do, and you telling them, you doing it, it doesn't even matter. That's even the more, and that's the bad thing, right? Because the safety mechanism for you is to get away from a narc, right? But in the process of that being the safety mechanism that you need to do to get away from, because that's just a toxic situation that's going to go left and it's going to destroy you eventually if you stay, you continue to stay around it. But you're still going to be dealing with the tactics, the assaults, the attacks on you by this said individual, and you're doing your part. You're doing your part, staying away from the said individual, not getting close, not paying attention. But it's like you have to live this type of existence where you have to deal with these type of attacks until the person wants to let you go. And at the end of the day, that's very hopefulness. Like that doesn't make you hopeful, right? You know what I'm saying? Like it takes away hope. It's hopeless, right? That makes you feel very hopeless that you can actually do the right thing, and yet you are still the one who has to still suffer and endure until that person decides to like, you're not fun anymore. You're not fun to bother anymore. You're not fun to talk to torture anymore or taunt. I'm going to move on to something else. It's bad. It's very bad. He said, I want this lady to cheat on me so bad. You a hot mess. Ignite. Hey TMKC, how you doing, sweetheart? How you doing? Let's see. Miss Shaka said, I'm speaking about when you try to tell the yeah, and that's the bad thing too, right? Because the way how the narc sets everything up, chakra, you telling the next victim what is about to happen, the way how the narc set up the relationship, they already set it up from the get-go when they get with you that everybody else is the enemy. Everybody else is the enemy. Stay away from them. This is what you're going to expect them to do. This is how they're going to react. So that's the bad thing about it, because they already set up in your mind to believe that anybody else coming to you to say anything about them or blah blah blah, that's the person that you need to worry about. That's the person. That's the problem right there. That's the problem right there. So you can't never really warn that person at straight face value, because it was already put in their head. Yeah, exactly. It's triangulation, right? Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Peace to you, Brownsville. Peace for you. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you, sir. Peace to you. Let's see. Chakra says, some people have children and other circumstances that keep them away from just walking away. Yeah, exactly. And that's a problem too, right? Like, there's so many different other elements that can keep somebody there, knowing that they're in a narcissistic relationship or even a toxic relationship, right? And I don't want people, we don't want to use narcissist and toxic interchangeably, because they're not, right? Because there are people who are in toxic situations or toxic relationships, and it's not necessarily a narcissistic relationship. There is differences in it. So, but I totally agree. All right, let's go on. Let's try to finish this a little bit out. Like I said, this is a very short live stream. Not mine, but definitely Dr. Romney. So here we go.
Is going to be such a shame activator that they will either try to destroy you with their rage, or they may leave and run away because your presence is too shame inducing for them. Neither of those outcomes are going to feel pretty good, especially if you're not sure you want this relationship to end. Yeah, I get it. You might think, oh, I shouldn't want it to end. You may not want it to end. You may also wonder, is there a way for you to understand this and for them to not understand that you understand it? Probably not, again. Your subtle behavioral shifts are going to be noticed. It's frustrating and demoralizing because they didn't notice you when you were crying, or didn't notice that you when you were actually trying to get them to notice you, but you make a tiny shift in narcissistic supply you give them and they notice it. Getting narcissism, understanding narcissism is tricky, and your partner will likely pathologize you for the change. They'll say things like, oh, you've changed, you're cold, you're weird. It seems like you're getting a little bit less socially skilled in your old age, on and on and on. They'll pathologize you for understanding them. So the very thing that will set you free, actually understanding the narcissism, can make your life miserable for a while. In the long term, it's a win. But in the short sprint, be aware that it will be unpleasant, so you can at least prepare. So for you to just think about this, getting it, understanding narcissism. Once you get it, you might feel like, ha, I have the keys to the kingdom, I get this. But as your behavior shifts, the narcissistic person you're in a relationship is going to notice it, whether it's a family member, whether it's a partner, whether it's someone you work with. They're going to notice it in many, many cases. And that might mean that they're uncomfortable because what really was a power they held, and you know it was a power they held because you didn't understand what was going on. You were upside down with the gaslighting and the manipulation. Now you get it, you see it. There's actually a strange calm and serenity that will come over you because you get it, right? It's almost like, this is how you do the trick. And now it's not even interesting anymore. But they'll notice that shift and recognize they can no longer dominate, overpower you, confuse you. Then they've lost their power and they get frustrated. And that frustration is something you will experience as rage. Like I said, in the long term, it's healthier for you to get it for no other reason so that you stop blaming yourself and personalizing it. And that's your work to do, to not blame yourself, because it's not your fault. It's just that once you get it, you should have unlocked the code. And this rather quiet, manipulative way they kept you under their thumb, you've kind of lifted it in a way. It can feel very unsatisfying as a relationship at this point, but at least you're not living in a place where you're constantly invalidated, confused, and don't know which way is up. I hope that helps. Thanks again.
I'm saying all this stuff and I'm muted. That's a doggone shame. Child, child. But what I was literally just saying that I love her breakdown of the situation, right? It's a bittersweet situation when it comes down to the narcissist, right? Because if you're dealing with a narcissist individual and you decide, you finally realize what you're in, right? Because most people don't really realize that they're in that situation until it's far too late. Then they realize, oh snap, that's what it was. But the reason why it's bittersweet is because now you have the knowledge. Oh, my food is here. Yay. Christmas. Anyway, so you have the knowledge now that you didn't have before about understanding what is going on and how things is, how things is moving the way they're moving. But the issue is that the more that you know and the more that the narcissists know that you caught on to them, the harder they are going to attack you. So what she's pretty much saying is you have to really brace yourself to really go through the highs that is going to happen, the rage that's going to happen to the narcissist when he knows or she knows that you're pulling away more and more and more and more, and how less control they have over you. They're going to spiral more out of control. So what she's trying to tell us is, or anybody who's dealing with narcissist abuse, you have to be prepared. You have to be prepared that they're going to light everything up, and they're going to be ready to shots fire. They're going to be ready to just go to war. And you're like, wow, ain't you tired yet? Like, that's what's going to happen. And you have to just mentally and emotionally prepare you that they're going to go on a fit of rage. The attacks is going to be stronger, harder, more egregious, more vitriol. They probably might assign other people to also help in their doings, but you have to just continue to stay the fray. You have to continue to stay the fray with them, and eventually, once it happens, eventually they'll leave. They'll find a new supply that they can torment. But like, to me, like I said, that's that's a bittersweet type of situation, because I wouldn't want, somebody else to have to deal with that. You want to warn that person so they don't have to deal with it. But, at the end of the day, that's how it is when it comes down to narcissists. All right, so now we're gonna go over, and hi, Sin City Raps, how you doing? First time seeing you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. So now we're gonna go over the interview of ISIS, I Married a Monster, with Harley Initiative. So let me go ahead and pull this up right now. I'm so happy my food is here. I'm treating myself. I'm on vacation. No cooking. No cooking today. All right. So we're going to look at this. This is my first time actually looking at the video in as a whole, because I haven't seen it. I just only seen a few people do commentaries on it, and like I said, those are those people's opinions. So we're going to get into it. Those are those people's opinions. That doesn't necessarily mean that, whatever they said is correct. And just like my opinions doesn't necessarily mean that I'm correct either. But we're going to go through it and view it with each other. So let's go.
Got you. And guys, for those of you who want to get active in the show, super chats is how you do so. Any super chat over 20 will read it on the show. I ask that you guys be respectful. This is a very different kind of episode here, and we're gonna make it through. We even have a surprise. I think my sister Dr. Spirit is gonna get on a little bit later. Yep. All right, we started late, so hopefully she still can come on here. But we're gonna also have that addition to the show, and we'll open up the hotlines as well. But without further ado, over to you, Isis. But before we get into the story that most people are familiar with, I think it's very important to start from the beginning, because you have a story that most of us don't know of. Obviously, we saw you on YouTube. You had a YouTube channel where you was coaching young women to help them in their relationship so they can attract a very specific kind of man. But prior to that, there's a whole story we don't know. Mm-hmm. So if you can take us back to growing up. Okay. Right? Growing up at home, what did your home look like in your early childhood growing up?
Due to the dynamics of surrounding my birth, which I already talked about, I grew up with a single mom, and my mom did everything possible to provide for me and my little sister. And I think the hard part about being a single mom is that when you're trying to do everything, sometimes it's hard to show up for your children. And I know my mom has always done the best she could, and she's always given us a good life, and she's always protected me. She's always protected me. And I couldn't really ask for more. But I knew that when I had a family, or when I wanted to have a family, that I wanted to be able to be there for my children, whether that looked like working from home or being married. I always wanted to be able to be there for my children, just so that I knew that they were safe. Because when I was a child, because my mom was working,
take your time.
It left the door open. A neighbor's wife was supposed to be watching me after school, and her husband was taking advantage. And I was only 8 years old at this time.
Wow.
And I didn't tell my mother for a while because it was just confusing, and I was scared, and I thought I would get in trouble. Oh my goodness.
Take your time.
So just
Okay. So, hey, Jen. So my thing is that now I know they wanted to know, they're interviewing her, and I know they wanted to know, everything, how everything played out. But I don't know. I'm not really, and I'm not being insensitive. I'm really not. It's just that right now she's not even talking about her children. She's talking about what happened to her. She's talking about her sexual assault. And this is that's very, mind you, trigger warning to anybody that's listening who don't want to hear something like this, or please, if you're not interested, then I'll see you next time. But I'm going to go over this, review this, but it's just that I know the sexual assault situation and apparently what happened to your children, right? Allegedly what happened to your children, that can be very triggering because if you experienced it as a young child yourself. But I don't know, I feel like to me it's just like all the crying and all that stuff like that. It rubs me the wrong way, not because she's actually crying. It's just because, like, we all know that you came on to this platform because you need to have any type of platform to tell your story. You want to tell your story, that's fine, right? But we know that you're going out of your way to do that. And I think when people are thinking about, you're just now saying that you didn't go out your way to tell your mother that you got sexually abused by a neighbor, and you went out of your way to tell everybody online about your children's potential sexual abuse, right? And then now, again, you're coming online using somebody else's platform who has more following that, so people can hear this, hear this side of your story, hear your side of the story. I think it will read off a little bit for people. It will read off not as being as sincere, and it doesn't matter how many times you put a tissue to your eye that make it seem like a teardrop is coming down your eyes, is not going to move me in that way, because I have to factor in a lot of other stuff too. Hey Lana, how you doing? Oh, am I muted again? What? I don't think, no, I'm not muted. Okay, let's go.
Just to summarize that, I want to make sure I understand. It was a single family home growing up. Your mom, she was obviously hardworking woman that had to provide for the family.
Very much so.
All by
and
herself.
In school, always has a PhD, all the above. My mom has really strived. Every woman in my family, even my grandmother, it started with her. I mean, she owns a business, a very successful woman. There's multiple entrepreneurs in my family, so we've always just been, just go get it, make it happen. And I've always been that way. Before meeting my husband, I always worked, provided for my children. I never got child support for my 2 boys. I took care of them. I luckily was able to secure a job with a family business, so I was able to work from home. But it's what I had prayed for when I was pregnant with my second son, because his father got incarcerated when I was 6 months pregnant. And I didn't know what I was going to do, because it was just going to be me. And he didn't get out until my son was about 9 months old. But I had to figure it out. And thank you to my aunt and uncle for giving me that opportunity to be able to be home with my children and provide for them. And we had a nice apartment, and, we had all the good things. I had my own car. I had all my own stuff. But I remember it was one Christmas when it was just us, and I said, you know what? I would like to be married. And I had never said that before. I never wanted to be married, just because, I haven't really seen a lot of successful marriages in my life. So when, I'm sorry, I'm talking too far away. But when I had that Christmas, it dawned on me that, maybe I should really put myself out there and try to find a good man for these kids. And, I had 2 boys, and I feel like they needed a good fatherly example because they didn't have it.
Now, we definitely want to dig into that as well. And I want to go back, because I don't want to just breeze past this incident that happened at 8 years old.
Yeah.
Now, you get assaulted by a neighbor's
Yes.
husband. And where's your father at this point? He's just...
My biological father is much older than my mother. He took advantage of her when she was a young girl in high school. I think I remember my mom saying she was in labor trying to take her SATs.
Wow.
And she was the pregnant girl in high school, and it's unfortunate that
Okay. So it seems like she is trying to paint the story of generational abuse amongst the lady line in her family, right? She said that her mother was taken advantage by her father. She was taken advantage by a neighbor, and then now her children, right? I'm not saying that we know that this stuff happens. We know that we have a lot of generational abuse in many different ways. Not all the generational abuse is sexual. Some of it is financial, some of it is mental, definitely spiritual. We know that passed down, right? But it's just like, I don't know. I guess it's the way that the how she's telling the story that is not really it's not really calling for me, like not really calling to me, because it's like your mom was abused, right? Your mom was abused apparently, and by your father, right? And she had to be the pregnant girl that was in school, right? And so you would think that because that happened to her, depending on what type of mental trauma that she has, but you would think that she would be more more alert or more of a helicopter mom, that you wouldn't have gotten sexually assaulted by a neighbor, not a stranger, a neighbor, someone that your mom can identify, somebody that you could have identified at that time. To me, it seems like that maybe her and her mom, they are the type of individuals, and this is just only assumption and only opinion, not facts, but they're giving off to me that they're the ones who look away and turn the other cheek type of individuals, right? Like they can see things happening, see things going on, but they act like they don't see they don't see what's going on, and act like they didn't hear what's going on. Like somebody says something under their breath, and they're the ones who never hear it. That's what I'm reading off from her a little bit, as in the energy. Like y'all are the brush it over type, but now something severe happens, and is like, oh, well, it's me, but you have brushed over many numerous of things. That's what it seems like to me. That's what I'm getting off the energy, but I'm not saying that she's not a victim. I'm not saying none of that. We're just going through the interview. Hey, how you doing, LL Theory? Let's go.
he preyed on her like that, but there's so many men like this out there, and people just don't talk about it.
And so the situation is your mother coming from an abusive relationship. Now she has you, you're 8 years old, you go through this traumatic experience with the spouse of a neighbor.
Yeah.
And let's fast forward a bit, because if I'm not mistaken, you had your first child at 17.
Yes.
So before having this child, what did sex look like to you at this point? Like when was your first sexual experience and kind of getting active?
Probably when I was about 13. I lost my virginity to a 17-year-old boy in high school. And yeah, I mean, I was always told just don't have sex growing up. I don't know if that's what a lot of people in our community say.
They hear that a lot, I'm
just
sure.
don't do it. It's not really openly discussed about why and what.
Say what now? Say what? So she said that she lost her virginity at the age of 13 to a 17-year-old. See, this is why it's making me so I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm not really feeling that she's telling the truth, right? Because if you said that you were sexually assaulted at 8 years old, right, by a neighbor, someone that you know, but you was ready for sex at the age of 13, like you just came on crying and tearing about the sexual assault that you experienced when you was a child, but then now to tell the story about, oh well, at 13 I lost my virginity. Like, okay, what happened to the trauma? What happened to the trauma? You're so traumatized now as an adult, but when you told the story about when you was 13 losing your virginity, you didn't seem like you were in trauma then. I'm gonna let her go on. I might be overreacting, but I'm gonna let her go on.
Can happen, and even personal experiences that may sway a young girl away from making certain decisions. But I have learned, and I really wanted to be able to speak to young moms when I created my platform, because if I would have done it over again, granted I love my children, but if I can speak to a young woman and say, like, don't have kids before marriage if you can help it, it's going to be a little bit easier, just trying to be real and open and honest. I was a single mom and this is what happened, and I found what I thought was a good husband.
But oh my God. Okay, but Isis, that's not what your channel was about. Your channel was not about talking to younger women saying do not have sex until you're married. Your channel was a level up channel. Your channel was instructing women how they can land a high earning, right? Not high value, because no man, I don't care what money he got in his pocket, if he's up for these type of allegations, especially about his own children, that he did to his own children, there's no way in hell that I will fix my mouth and say that man is high value. So you had a level up channel coaching women how to attract and marry high earning men. Your videos have nothing to do about you instructing younger women to wait until marriage. We can go back on your channel and see the videos. You were not telling women to wait until marriage. You weren't. And in fact, you can't, right? I mean, in a way you could, but then you can't. Like, you could say, hey, don't do what I do, wait until marriage. But that's not what you were doing on your video. That's not what you was doing on your video, ma'am. Let's go on.
Seemed like a good husband, but turned out to be just a monster.
I want to ask this because do you feel like that experience that happened at 8, obviously you had your first sexual experience at 13, intentionally, yeah. It sounds like. Did that experience at 8 years old, do you feel like that influenced that experience at 13? Did it hypersexualize you in a way?
I'm sure it's all connected. Because I believe that women who are basically taught from a young age that their value is in what's between their legs start to internalize that, and it's unfortunate.
And I could imagine a ton of confusion going on at that time. And now you're 17, and you involved with a young man. And if I'm not mistaken, you stated this before, that you intentionally had a child.
Yeah.
So when you say at 17 you intentionally decided to move forward with bearing a child, what exactly does that mean, and what was your mindset?
We as a couple, we kind of had this whirlwind romance. I actually met him here in Atlanta. So, on a train coming from Alexandria to Atlanta, and everything clicked, and he said, "Will you give me a son?" And I said yes.
Wow.
And I was pregnant almost immediately, and I love my son.
How long did you did you guys have a relationship at that point?
Oh my gosh, it was probably like a few weeks. It wasn't long. It wasn't long at all. And I still consider him a friend to this day. Like,
wow.
He's still a good friend.
And how old was he?
He was a few years older than me.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. And that was your first child?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And just to confirm, before you met your now husband, how many children did you have?
2.
Okay. So when did you have your second child?
I had my second child with someone I knew from high school. I had known him. He went to a different high school from me, but I forget how we met. I think at the library we met. And my mom liked him. He was nice. And I actually ended up moving back home after things didn't work out with my oldest son's father. And I actually saw him when we were working somewhere together. I had gotten a new job, and he happened to be working there too. And it was just like, oh my gosh, hey, and we started a relationship, and my son came about, and yeah.
So at this point, you, I'm assuming 19, 20, you got 2 children. And from my understanding, your sister now,
Well, I would say, no, I was like 21 when I got pregnant, or around the time.
Gotcha.
I remember when I turned 21, I think I was pregnant. I couldn't even drink on my 21st birthday. Because I was pregnant with my second son.
And what is your mother at this point communicating to you about men?
My mother has always told me that you need to be very careful about men in general, and I don't want to paint every man in a bad light, but there can be a predatory side that some men do not control and do not want to control, and that's the dangerous part.
And where was your father at this point in time in your life?
Nowhere around. I mean, he had threatened my mother that if she tried to even get child support from her, that he would end her and her family members.
Wow.
So he was nowhere.
Okay, so you now at the point, you got 2 young boys, and are you at this point, after your second pregnancy, are you considering dating? Are you having conversations? Kind of what direction you want to take your life? What's happening?
After things didn't work out with my second son's father, and it was that Christmas that I told you where I was like, I really need to create a family for my children. Gotcha. And, just do things the right way. And I knew I wanted more children. I love my babies. I think I'll have another one in 10 years maybe. But right now, that's just not on my mind at all. I have 5.
Lady, ma'am, don't be thinking about no more children. Okay? Don't think about no more children. What you need to be thinking about is creating a healthy, non-toxic, not dangerous environment for the children that you have now. That should be your main focus. Don't be thinking about no more children. Don't even try to throw that up there in the universe to talk about having another children. No, darling. No. Because I'm sorry, like, while I'm listening to how she had even came to have 2 children before getting into this marriage, she seemed like she started pretty young. She started pretty young, right? That's not like, like a bad, like necessarily a bad thing, because there are people who had children very young, got married very young, and all the stuff like that, and they're not in the same boat as her. So I'm not saying that. But what I'm just saying is, when I'm listening to how she met these individuals and what made her think that they were going to be together forever, like it seemed like she's trying to play it up as it was like the puppy love type of situation, the puppy love school type of situation. And she just said, okay, like every single time one of these guys said that, I want you to have my baby, she was like, okay, okay, sure, I love kids, sure, you want a baby, you get a baby, you get a baby, we all get babies. That's what I'm getting from a little bit. Like, it's just like, because she's not explaining to me what was going on. I guess, like, maybe she's nervous. I don't know what it is. Hey, Kaya. I don't know what it is, though. Like, she's not really explaining to me what was going on in with the first relationship. What made you be like, okay, we're going to, we should have a baby at the age of 17, and and we're gonna be together forever. What was going on? She didn't even explain why the relationship ended, right? She didn't explain why it didn't work. Like, was that person not doing what he's supposed to do? Was he young and he wanted to run the street and still be young and not take care of responsibility? Like, was it that the situation? Like, she didn't really go into that much detail as into why, and I know that's none of our business, but the way how she made it seem, it just seemed like one day the guy said, I wanted a baby. I choose you for you to make my baby. She said, okay, gave you a baby. And then within a year later, it didn't work. And then now you really want me to believe that you met your other son's child, father, at the library? You really expecting me to believe that you met this man at the library? Really? That's what you want us to believe? You was at the library and you met this man at the library? Okay. Let's go on. My head hurt. I'm tired. My head hurt. That just hurt my head real quick. Like, listen, I know, don't get me wrong, I know those geeks and them nerds, because I'm a library girl myself. But I know those geeks and them nerds, they some of them be getting down behind them bookshelves. You know what I'm saying? I understand that. But it's just I don't know. Let's see. Young Riaz says, in 2000, my mother was studying childcare field. Okay, cool. Lana says she was only doing what she normally does in her relationship. She was spontaneously dating. Yes. Thank you, Lana. Thank you. That's it. And like I said, that's fine, right? A lot of younger people, especially in the teenage age, all they're doing is just dating. They're not really thinking about dating to marriage. Men or women, they're not really thinking about dating to marriage, right? But the thing about it is that she's doing this type of jumping around roller coaster dating, but you're popping out a kid, to everyone who you date. Everyone who you date. If you dated one person and he's all they had to do was just say, I want a baby. You said okay, you gave him a baby, and then within a year later, it doesn't work out. Then you talk about you met your other baby father in at the library, and it wasn't that long, because if you really look at her sons, they're not that far apart in age. And then you notice that both of her baby fathers are older than her. by several years, by 2 to 3 years, both her baby fathers are older than her. All right, well, let's go. Let's see what else she has to say.
I have beautiful babies, and I'm so grateful for each and every one of them, and they're my reason and my purpose. But I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
No, you fine. I just wanted to get an idea of what kind of inspired you to get back into the dating market, which it sounds like you wanting to start a family.
It was that.
Start fresh.
It was that. Just wanting to find a good man that I could respect because of the type of women that were in my family, very high achievers, and just really everyone in my family has been a very high achiever, that I had a certain expectation of what a husband should look like. And also, finding certain content. I don't know if I should even talk about any of that.
Well, I think you should, because all of that influences how you think and particularly how you go about dating.
Okay.
And, right now it is still very much so a gender war. Both men and women are confused about how to date and how to make decisions.
Yeah.
And I think everything and anything that influenced you at that time is important to share. Well,
I had shared this before, that I stumbled across a very important content creator that I think everyone knows as the hypergamous queen. Her videos are shared, sprinkle.
So that's what I really wanted to chime into. Because this is the part when she wants to blame a content creator for her decisions. And like I stated before on one of my blackout streams, how dare you, young woman, right? Because you're old enough to know that you decided to follow somebody else's advice, right? You cannot blame a content creator that whatever advice that she puts out, if it works for her and if it works for others, you sit up there and you pat that content creator on her back. But when it doesn't work for you, because it's other things that you did that has nothing to do with the advice that woman gave you, you want to crucify her and throw responsibility for her. Like I said, the content creator don't know you. She has thousands of people who follow her, thousands of people who listen to her. And it's not only women that's listening to her. She has men followers as well, too. She doesn't know you, lady. She doesn't know you. She never met you. She never sat down, broke bread with you. She never had a cup of coffee or cup of tea with you. She don't know your son's name. She didn't know your 2 daughters' names. She don't know your children. She don't know your mom. She don't know nothing about you. But here you are putting blame on this woman. This is going to be very, very interesting. Very interesting on what she's going to have to say, because she's also said in one of her live stream, when she let all this happen, she said that she wanted to be married. Miss Jalen pointed it out earlier. She said that she wanted to be married, but now you go on Harley Initiative and you said that you wasn't really thinking about marriage and stuff like that. But you said yourself that you always wanted to be married. And that was probably the reasons why the relationships with your son's fathers didn't work, because they wouldn't marry you. So once they let you know that they weren't going to marry you, you was good enough to bear their children, but you wasn't good enough to put a ring on. You decide to stop wasting your time and you left them. Then you realize that single parenthood is hard. It's hard. I'm not going to lie. I'm a single parent myself. Yes, it's hard. But you got to do what you got to do. What happens is, what I'm getting from it, and I can be wrong. Like I said, this is my opinion. But to a single mother, you didn't want to foot those bills by yourself anymore, boo-boo. You didn't want to work anymore. You wanted to be taken care of. And that's fine. That's not something that you're supposed to be nailed to the cross for. Why not? If you want to be taken care of, you have to go after what you want. But again, Don't sit up there and blame a content creator about what type of person you wanted to be taken care of. You didn't want to be taken care of a guy who made a average or even below average. You didn't want to be taken care of him by him because you know that you wasn't going to be taken care of the way that you want to. You wasn't going to live a lavish life. You wasn't. Yes, he might be able to take care of certain things for you, but you wouldn't be able to get everything that you want, which would probably have to force you to go back into the workforce and work to get things that you want. You didn't want that setup. Like, let's not pretend that we have so many women online who give different advice for different type of lifestyles. You have women who wants the soft girl era. You have women who are interested in the 50-50. You have women who are interested of the being taken care of all the way down, high value, blah, blah, blah. And you have the regular smegular woman who wants to give you advice if you're with a regular average person just to make it work. You went out of your way, ma'am. You went out of your way to go find sprinkles content. Because you decided that's the life that you want to live and nothing else. And that's fine. But own up to it. Don't try to throw another woman, especially a content creator that you sought out advice for. Don't try to blame her for this situation. Keep the blame where it needs to be at, the perp. And you, as a mom, there is some accountability there. That's it. Just own up to it. Nobody's saying that should have happened to you, nor should that have happened to your children. Absolutely not. If it was me and all that alleged stuff that he did is real, put that bandit under the jail cell. Nobody would never, I'm not me. I would never condone anything like that happening to you or anyone.
Videos everywhere.
I just learned about the sprinkle. I didn't know about it.
A lot of people are new to this, but I was true to it because I was following before there was 100,000 subscribers, like me and my sisters, and
that's Shira 7. Correct?
Shira 7, yes.
And I recently checked out her page, thousands and thousands of views, and she's been doing it for a very long time.
For sure.
Yes. So I was telling every woman that I met in person, like, there's a content creator that makes really good content just about, really, it seemed like how women could take their power back is how it felt. That's how it felt at the time.
Yeah. So that when you went from a place of not wanting marriage at all, and then you started to want marriage. Was she a part of the reason?
I believe that, you know what? Probably. And I hate to say that, but probably it just seemed more secure for a family. It just seemed right. It just seemed more stable, like we would be on a solid foundation. And I prayed to God about it because, you can subscribe to certain things that people talk about, but you don't have to subscribe to everything that they talk about.
Oh my God. Not her saying that she prayed to God about. You pray to God about whether or not to listen to sprinkle content. Is this what you're telling me, young lady? That's what you pray to God to? God, should I listen to this woman advice? Ma'am, who are the women in your life? Who are they? Do you not have anyone to talk to? And if you don't, that is not a slight or a shame. But why would the first person you want to pray to God to about whether if they're giving good advice or not is sprinkle and not whether if you spoke to your mother who you said who was raising you and did a wonderful and fabulous job as a single parent herself, why you didn't talk to her? You give your mother all these high praises, but then she wasn't the go-to person to talk to? Ma'am, that doesn't sound right, ma'am. That doesn't sound right, ma'am, at all. That doesn't sound right. You praise your mother as being this and this and that. You unfortunately you fell in the same boat as her, being a young single mom. The best advice that you can get is the woman that you praise for raising you. And maybe she can give you the know-hows and the tools to, I don't know, since you are saying that you feel that you was raised correct and brought up proper, and it didn't matter your circumstances, that what happened, that you could still push forward and produce great, beautiful things. Why not go to your matriarch? But the thing about it is, what she doesn't want to admit, the reason why she ain't go to her mama is because her mama put on her combat boots and did what she had to do and did not make no excuses for herself. She didn't make her excuses for herself. She's like, I'm a parent. I love my children. I'm going to do whatever I need to do for my children. And if that's me working and doing what and going back to school so I can make more money or whatever not, I'm going to do that. And I'm not going to worry about finding some man to foot the fucking bill. But that's not what you wanted, Miss Isis. That's not what you wanted. You wanted someone to fit the bill for you. You did not want to have to deal with the other elements of what happens when you're a single parent. It's not a bad thing. It's just that's what happens when you're a single parent and you hold full custody of the child. You tend to be the one who is responsible for all the children, everything that the children needs. You're going to pay more than anybody. And that's any single parent. It doesn't matter if you are a single mother or a single dad. If you're the full custodian of the child lives under your care in your household, you are going to foot majority of the bill. The child is under you. You're the one who got the child birth certificate. You're the one who got the child social security number. You know what I'm saying? You're the one who have to register the child for their doctors, register the child for school. You're the go-to person. You're the go-to person. That's just a part of the scenario. It's not a slight or anything against you. That's just how it goes. But this whole, oh yeah, the only reason why I actually thought about getting married now is because of Share 7. Like, that's crazy. Like, you're literally telling on yourself, man. You didn't want to get, so that whole story that you said earlier, that one day it was Christmas and you was sitting down and you was like, you know what? I really want to be married. I really want to be a wife. Then you're saying, and that's a lie. That's a lie if you're now trying to say that the only reason why now you wanted to be married is after watching Sprinkle content. Sprinkle don't talk about getting married all the time. If you actually look at Sprinkle content, most of the people who puts up questions in her chat and stuff be talking about people that she's dating. Most of the people who follow her is a part of that sugar mama, sugar daddy type of life. She doesn't talk about marriage the whole entire time. So for her to even say that that's where she got the mindset of now being married, is just like, now you're lying and now you're getting kind of caught in your lies now. And it's not making you look good. It really isn't. Let's go on.
And I've always had a relationship with God, and Jesus is the one true Lord. And I prayed about it and asked God to send me the right man. It wasn't just about what he had. It was never about what he had. Because if it was about that, I had a lot of other options with more. And it was really about how he treated my children. Because he seemed to love my boys. And he said, oh, those are my boys. You know, you remind me of my mom. She was a single mom with 2 boys. And I would just love to help you and be there for you and be the man you guys need. Oh my gosh.
So you know what? I want to, before we actually get deep into, you know, this situation that took place with your husband, I think it's important to, you know, talk about the impact. I'm actually happy you shared that because, you know, we had that we had a debate just the other night where that was a part of the conversation because who you watch and learn from, that's discipleship. That's mentorship.
Oh my goodness.
That's who you are, you know, in submission to.
Yes.
Under their leadership.
You know what? That's so true.
You know, the thing about it is now when you're discipling under somebody to make the most important decision in your life, this is how I choose my partner. That's the biggest decision we make. They have a lot of influence on our future and the future of our children. What do you think was the biggest takeaway from that content creator in particular that impacted you? What was the biggest takeaway, or what empowered you from her in particular, that made you feel that safety and security? Like, what was it, a particular lesson or principle that was given to you?
I think that a lot of times, like I stated before, that women are taught that their value is in what's between their legs. And she was the first person that said that it was true. And you don't have to give it away to just anybody. A man should be worth your time. He should be, you know, taking you out. He should be investing in you. He should be making your life easier if he cares about you. And that's what I took away from it.
I think that makes sense.
You know, I want to ask you this because, you know, right now, hindsight, you know, with where you are today, do you feel like that was the healthiest content to digest, or do you have any regrets in really watching that content to help guide your decision making?
So funny thing about me is I don't have regrets. I believe that God is working in perfect.
Okay. So yeah, Empress says, lamb chop voice. She's attempting to bait them. They're also attempting to bait her through their questions. And you're absolutely right. They're both trying to literally play games with each other. That's exactly what they're doing. She's trying to keep it as, I guess, how can I put it? She doesn't want the gold digger or the girl who was dating hypergamy, because now that's what she's doing, right? She's trying to remove herself as she was only dating hypergamous due to her current situation as being a single mother. She's trying to move that away from it and try to say, oh, it was only just about just finding a man that was all about character and stuff like that. But ma'am, this is what I'm saying, that this is why people are not believing you, is because if you actually were a follower of Sprinkle, she doesn't really talk about men's character. What she talks about is men's nature, right? That's what she mostly talks about. She talks about men's nature. She don't talk about men's character. She don't care if that man, whatever. That, in fact, she usually be instructing the ladies, if they have a man who gives money but doesn't even want to be bothered or have sex, whatever not, that is a win. So again, like, she's like, for her, she's trying to paint the narrative that it wasn't about money and I had all these other options, but then you went solely to a content creator whose main goal is to get women or to have women get men, invest in them financially for the lifestyle that they want. There are numerous of content creators that can tell you, if you're looking for a man who is high moral fiber, high character, as well as making a decent wage. There's people who have that content, but you specifically was looking for a certain lifestyle. You was. So just admit it. It's better to just admit that you was looking for a certain lifestyle. And even when you said it, like, oh, she's telling you that women are valued by what's between their legs, and that you shouldn't give it to anyone. You should give it to someone who's worthy. And all of that is factual, right? All of that is factual. Even men will agree. The men agreed, right? Because they know how they think and they know how they operate. But you have to admit to yourself that financial took more precedence than character. Like, you have to admit that the financial part of what type of lifestyle that you wanted to live with someone took precedence over character. And that's why when one man who had the type of money and the lifestyle that you wanted to live, when he came in with the hero complex, I'm going to save you because you seem like you want to be saved, you were sold. You were sold because you was looking for someone who was going to come in and save the day. You was looking for your Superman. But see, that's the mentality that probably got you in trouble to begin with, right? And it's really something that us single mothers have to be careful of, that we are putting out there. When you're putting out any scent of desperation, these raggedy ass people, these raggedy ass men, these raggedy ass bandits, they're going to sniff you the fuck out, and they're going to try to take advantage of it, right? Because off the bat, they believe because you are a single parent that you are all desperate. They think that. They think every single parent mother is a desperate woman, and that she will settle for anything because society has ridiculed single mothers. You're a single mother, you did something wrong. You're not married, you did something wrong. Like, this is how society, they shame and they ostracize single mothers. It doesn't matter what the situation that happened. It doesn't matter. They don't even need to know the whole story. The simple fact is that you are not aligned with another man with his last name, then there's something about you that you're the problem. And they all put us in one boat thinking that we're all desperate and we're all hunting. And they come to you as prey. They come to you as prey. Some come to you as they want to prey on you, and others come to you as they want to prey on your children, because they look at it as vulnerability. When you hear the word single parent or single mother, the first thing that they come to mind to a predator is vulnerable. Vulnerable. Single. She's by herself. Single mother. You see? That's how they think about it. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful. You have to be careful, but you have to understand that you went to that particular type of content. You went over there to that particular type of content, and you went over there because you did not want to live the work life. You didn't want to be a single parent mother. You wanted to be a kept wife who didn't have to work. And you know what? It's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with that. But it makes you look bad and disingenuous as to why you was really watching this lady's content. because I don't watch this lady's content, but I've seen some of her live streams, and the few 5 or 10 minutes that I was in there, I seen the type of conversations they were having. I seen the super chats that were being sent and the questions that they were asking, and none of that reads to me. I'm looking for a healthy, loving marriage, and we are both financially straight, so our family can be financially straight. I do not get that from her content. So I'm surprised that you thought that you was going to get that from her content. I'm sorry. I'm gonna call it as I see it. But let's go on.
Perfect order and perfect timing, and there's nothing that happens that he has not approved or seen. And unfortunately, our family, not just our family, but our family in public, have, especially my daughters, have had to be sacrificial lambs in the result of what has happened. And yeah.
So now let's talk to me about meeting your husband now, because I can imagine after you watch this content, you know, it's probably preparing you for the suitors that come into your life, how to vet them, how to manage them. Was he one of the early suitors?
Yes.
Once, was he the first one, or were there a few guys before him?
He was one of the first few, and he pursued me heavily, which I liked. I think that women like a man that pursues and says that, you know, I want you. And
you initially met him online?
Yes, online. I'm sorry. We met online. I don't want to throw the website out there, but if people have been watching, then they know. You know, I don't want to make the website a bad place. That's not what it's about. But we did meet online. Yes.
I get it. And you meet online. You set up a date.
Yeah.
Okay. And first date goes well.
The first date went amazing. He felt like my husband.
What about, you know, the experience with him made you feel so comfortable?
I don't know. I don't know what it was.
Okay, so Empress said, I'm reading it. Empress said, I think Lamb Chop took the advice as how she interpreted herself. This is what I want to be treated as a wife. Yes, I agree. And that's why this is why we cannot fully put all blame on a said content creator. We can't do it, right? Because it's your interpretation of the information that you're getting. And goes with anybody in any situation, right? We are all adults, the ones who are adults, right? Because we do know that there's some children who pretend that they're adults and they'll sign in to say that they are 18 or over and they're not. But the ones who are really truly adults, we are taking our own initiative to go to whoever channel, to listen to all their stuff, listen to what they have to say. And we are also responsible to what we start to put into our life and use it and utilize it, right? That's our responsibility. Like Sprinkle could have told you to jump off the roof. Are you jumping off the roof? She could have said, jump off the roof, and I'm telling you, you're gonna meet your husband. Your husband is gonna be if you jump off the roof and break your leg, your husband, your husband is the first person or the first man that comes to assist you. Are you gonna go do that? Are you gonna go jump off the roof to try that out, to figure that out? No. You be like, hell no, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. Or you will. But the simple fact is, we all make that decision. We all make that choice for ourselves. You cannot blame this lady for that. You can't. You cannot blame this lady for that. And then to try to harp on it hard too, like try to really pin it in stone that, yeah, I got all my tools and stuff like that from her. And I wanted to, you know, I didn't want to get married until I saw her videos. Like, girl, you just said earlier that you was sitting there on a Christmas day with your kids, and you was talking about how you wanted to be you wanted to get married to give your children a family. This is what you just said earlier before you started to mention this content creator. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Not emperors go to the corner. Move around. Shout out to the corner girls. Let's see. Empress Kaya says, how are her daughters to sacrificial lamb when she put the business out in these YouTube streets? She chose to put this out. Yeah, exactly. I agree. What she meant to say is, it's unfortunate that I made my daughters the sacrificial lamb to a horrible situation. That's what she should have said. You, ma'am, are the only one who made your daughters sacrificial lambs to this blowing up out of control to the point where these poor babies are going to have to deal with all these questions and answers and stuff like that later on in life. And we all know that the internet lasts forever. And you put them in a position where they might as well write a memoir, right, about their situation and make money off of it. That's where you put them at. You put them at where they need it. They're going to have to make a book afterwards. Thanks, Mom. Lena says, it seems like the desire to have a husband made her see him as a husband so easily. And you know what? And that is the facts, right? And that's why I think it's very dangerous. When women harp on, or you allow people to condition you that you supposed to be marry, and focus on marriage, and you start having freaking Tourette's about marriage. I need to be a wife. I need to be a wife. Like, that is the worst thing that you can possibly do. Okay? Because let's be perfectly clear. Not every man who wants to become a husband is a husband. Listen to what I'm telling you. Listen again. Not every man who wants to become a husband is a husband. Okay? Just like not every woman who wants to become a wife is a wife. Some people who are married today that we want to make them seem like there's some great examples. There are a lot of people who are just men who are married and just women who are married. They're not really husbands or wives. Heed what I'm telling you. There's a lot of people today who are just men that are married and women that are married. They're not really husbands or wives. And that is a problem when you think that just because you can put a ring and put I'm married on paper to said person or this person and that person, sometimes you are turning a man who wants to be a man who can say that he's married, and you're trying to change him into a husband. Sometimes you can run across a man who says they want to be married, but they don't want to be husbands. Husbands is different. It's different than just being a man who could say that he's married. Heed what the fuck I'm telling you. From this unmarried chick. Heed what I'm telling you. There are people who are just married, and there are husbands, and there are wives. Let's go on.
I just felt safe. I felt like he was my husband. I can't describe it. And he, even on our first date, he said, so what do you think about if we got married in 2 months? And I said, I don't know, maybe. And he spit out his water because he started choking, like he couldn't believe I said, oh, maybe.
Wow.
But it felt so natural and so right. And yeah.
How old were you at this time, by the way?
I was 23 or
Oh, wow.
24 or something like that.
And what was his age?
45, 43, 45, something like that. I don't know.
Okay.
So he's around 20 or so years older.
Yes, he's 20 years older.
Got it.
Now, being a young woman at that time, 23, did you have any reservations about his age, or was that a concern at all, or was
it a
that
plus?
just a typical yeah?
Okay, so I didn't get introduced to dating older men until I started watching Share 7. She just basically said, I mean, they
They got money.
yeah, exactly. They can be a better man to you. They can provide for you in the way that you would like, and your kids, and so I was like, okay. And it was a bit odd at first because I didn't initially jump right into online dating. I just, men would try to talk to me at the grocery store, and normally I just wouldn't even pay attention to older men. But I just started to be a little bit more approachable, I guess, to men of an older age. And I ended up meeting the first.
Again, so Ignite said that she's green. No, she's not green, Ignite. I'm green. She's just a bad hustler. I'm green. I'm green. She's not green. She's just bad at being a hustler. She decided that she wanted to live that life, and she fell at it. She just failed at it, really. Green is not like not knowing, right? You're not knowing, you don't have that much experience and all the stuff like that. She's not green in that way. She sought out to do a particular type of lifestyle. She sought out to have that particular type of lifestyle. She took advice and lessons and followed a lot of the advice of a particular content creator for that particular lifestyle. And guess what? She just realized that she was not good at it. But now she has buyer's remorse, right? And the only reason why she has buyer's remorse is because of because what happened to her kids. If that didn't happen to her kids, do you think that she would have buyer's remorse? If that didn't happen to her children, guess what? She would be on her YouTube channel right now talking about hypergamous, level up content. The only remorse that she has is because of what happened to her children. That never happened to her children. She would be still doing the same content. And I can't believe a lot of people is falling for that. She would still be doing it till this day. Well, Lana said that I think she was green. She didn't know what she was actually supposed to do. In that way, I would say I'm in agreement. If you want to say that she was green and actually dibbly-dabbling in that type of lifestyle, then yes. I would say that you're correct, Lana. In that lifestyle and that type of come up, that type of leveling up that she was doing, she didn't know how to do it properly. So I'll agree to that. She's green in that way. But let's be perfectly clear. She would still be doing that content. She would still be doing her videos on that channel, giving tips and advice, what she learned from Sprinkle Sprinkle, if that did not happen to her children. The buyer's remorse is only for the simple fact of what happened to her children. She doesn't have no buyer's remorse of literally listening to Sprinkle Sprinkle to have the highest bidder of financially of a man to support her and all that stuff like that. She doesn't feel sorry for that. And again, she shouldn't have to, right? She don't have to feel sorry that you wanted someone who could be able to take care of you and your kids, that you wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. None of that. Like, I'm not faulting her for that. That you're forever in your right. And the reason is you're in the right to want those things, because if you can get those things, then nobody can tell you nothing, right? Nobody can tell you nothing if you really are able to access those things. But the whole buyer's remorse that she's trying to have now during the interview is solely because it didn't work out the way that she wanted to. But let that had not happened to her children, we wouldn't be having this interview, and she still would be doing the same content that will be mimicking sprinkle sprinkle.
First older man that I dated, and it was a little bit odd at first because I just wasn't used to dating an older man, but because he treated me well, it became easy. You know, you feel like a princess, you know.
I'm curious to, you said I started doing things to make myself more approachable to older men. Like things like what? What makes you more approachable to an older guy?
Just like smile more, or, you can make a little more eye contact, where normally if you don't go for a certain type, you're probably not even going to turn your head. You know what I'm saying? Right. You're not even going to look in their face. But, I was like, let me keep my options open. I always was attracted to men of color, so I typically stay in that range. But I was like, let me see about dating someone a little bit older. And after I did, I was like, oh, I could do this. It's not too bad.
That's very, very honest of you, and that makes a lot of sense. And I want to ask, the online aspect of it, was that also part of the strategy, so to speak, to be able to identify men that might be a little bit older?
It wasn't at first. Okay. Actually, one of my older sisters said, why don't you just try online dating? She was like, it's not too bad. And I never had online dated, like not made any type of profile.
Right.
Because I was like, I don't want people that know me to see me on here, and it's kind of embarrassing. And, that's just was my thought process at the time. But then she was like, no, and my oldest sister, she's gorgeous, so it's not like she doesn't have in-person options. But she was like, just try it. And so I tried it, did a paid dating app because I feel like it would be a little bit more, smaller pool of better people. Yeah, exactly. And
okay, so Empress Kaya says she is not all that innocent either. I think she knew what she walked into. If she hadn't, she would not have married him so fast. You know what? I kind of agree, right? I don't like, she said that she had numerous suitors. So meaning that he was first of a set of suitors that she had the pick of the litter for, right? But the simple fact is that he was very forceful and letting her know that he wanted her and only her. And like she stated before, that she likes that he made it very clear to her that you are the object of my, of my affection and who I want, and that's it. There's a lot of things that plays into it. I do believe that could have been one of the reasons why she did marry him so fast, because she knows that if this is a high value man, because we always hearing what these high value, these men who are not high value talk about high value men. They say that high value men has the cream of the crop. They say that high value men has the best choice of the litter. Okay, so if you don't strike when the iron is hot, you can quickly be moved on, or some other woman will take your place in reference of dealing with high value men. So by hearing that by all these bandits, red pill manosphere, also women who are saying this is how high value men moves, then yes, that would make her feel like she will have to rush and lock shit down, because if she don't lock shit down, there's going to be another woman who's going to be waiting right there to take her spot. So yeah, I do agree that she did have some understanding of the situation and what she was dealing with.
I was able to meet, some good guys.
So how long after that first date, did you, because obviously he threw 2 months out. What happened after that first date? Did you guys continue exclusively dating?
Not really. I mean, we kind of dealt with each other, like talked, but I kind of was just talking to people. Like I kept my options open and just was letting people get to know me and taking things slow, not really rushing anything and not trying to get into a relationship at all. And I found that honestly, when I started.
Ma'am, Miss Isis, why are you lying, Miss Isis? Why are you lying? Why are you trying to play it off now that you was taking your time and that you wasn't rushing? You wasn't rushing, you was taking your time and you wasn't trying to hurry up and get in a relationship. You're lying, ma'am. You clearly started off saying that you wanted to be a wife. You clearly let everybody know that you went to tips and stuff to sprinkle on what type of man should you be looking for to marry. And you wanted a certain type of lifestyle. And she told you, because I even heard it myself, that she said, don't deal with men your age, don't deal with men younger than you, deal with men who are older than you. They're more mature, they have actual money because they have already solidified themselves in life. You took that advice from that woman. And that's why you started opening up your options to men even over 20 years old. And you know that Sprinkle told you that you should date and go after men who are 20 plus older than you. So you know why you joined the online scene, the online dating. You know, you have to select the categories of what type of men that you want. Like, when it comes down to looks, what their profession is, and all that stuff like that, you get to select that. So when you do the online dating, they only give you profiles that fits your preferences. And then you said that you wasn't rushing and everything, but ma'am, you got married to the man within 2 weeks. You like the story about how you even met this man and how he became your husband, it doesn't match you saying right now that you wasn't looking for nothing, you wasn't looking for nothing serious, you wasn't trying to rush in a relationship. Like, it does not match, ma'am. It doesn't. Let's go on.
Started dating older men, they wanted to rush into a relationship like immediately. On the first date, they were like, I want you to be my woman. And I'm like, no, I don't even know you. And that's kind of just how I would, we need to get to know each other over a bit of time. And it turned out to be 6 months, not 2 months.
I think that is very interesting because, and initially when you told me about the things that your husband at the time was or the guy you was dating at the time, the things that he was saying, I thought, well, that's kind of strange for him to be saying those types of things. But based on your experience, you're saying that the older men, this was regular conversation.
Yes, they wanted to take me off the market right away.
Wow.
Right away.
Okay. So at this point, 6 months.
See, she just told on herself right there. She just told on herself right there. Look what rhetoric you just used. Yes, they wanted to take me off the market real quick. Ma'am, you being taken off the market is you admitting that you can be bought. That's why I never liked that analogy. Oh, I'm on a dating scene or I'm in the dating market. I hate that crap. I hated that. You know why? Because that means that you're selling. You're selling and you're buying. That's what happens at a market, right? So everything that's at a market, guess what it has? It has a price tag. And if it fits the person who's buying's budget, they get it, don't they? So it's like it's these subliminal messages, even with the words that people use. And that's why you're in a situation, sometimes you're in these type of situations. ma'am, you was in the market to sell yourself to the highest bidder. So again, why are you trying to make it seem like it was Sprinkle's fault to what happened and how everything moved the way they did, when you are just now admitting that you went wholeheartedly with it? You went wholeheartedly with the mentality that I need to give my ussy to the highest bidder, because this is how men operate. This is how men think. So I need to give it to the highest bidder that's going to benefit the most fruits to me. You agree with that mentality. You agree with that mentality of women who think like that, and you agree with the mentality of the men who think like that. So all this whole, I was praying to God and hoping that me listening to sprinkle was the right thing to do and all that stuff, like that's all smoke. That is all smoke and mirrors to what you really was really doing. And this is why you have to pay attention to what people say, and not just only just the words. Listen out for the things that they're not saying, not what they're just saying. Listen to the things that they're not saying, because it's clear as day that you looked at yourself jumping into the dating market as if you was going to sell yourself to the highest bidder, and hence that's why you chose that particular man. That's why you hurry up and you rush marrying him, because you thought that you was going to be sent back to the market if you didn't solidify that marriage. You thought that you was going to go right back to the market, because you know that these raggedy ass fucking bandits online, what they say about single mothers, and especially if you're a single mother to numerous of children. You believe in that. You believe in the saying that your stock value drops once you have children, and also your value drops when you're not married and you have children. You believe the rhetoric. So don't act like you didn't know what time it was. Don't act like you was naive to what you was doing. That's not true at all. You knew exactly what you was doing. You was playing the game just like these raggedy bandits and these raggedy mammies do. You was playing that game.
Months goes down the line, and what is the transition from you now taking him serious? What did you see? Because I know when it comes to the assessment of, deciding to be a husband, a lot of, what the noise is that, it was solely a financial decision that was made. What was what's the truth behind the decision? What did you see in him to actually make him your husband?
He was so good with my boys. He was so good with them. Even my oldest son responded to him in a way that he didn't respond to with my ex. And I paid attention to those little things, because I would gladly leave a man if he didn't mesh well with my kids. And I had did that with the man that I was in a more serious relationship with right before we got married, because I had started, that was the man that we started looking at rings, and the relationship was, moving forward, and I had moved in.
There was another gentleman that you met, and I believe you say that you got caught in the girlfriend stage.
Yeah.
So could you detail what that relationship, how did you meet that?
Didn't I tell you? Listen, this is the first time I've seen this interview, but didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you that the reason why that the other two relationships didn't work is because they wanted you to be a baby mama, but they didn't want you to be a wife? Good night, Riaz. Have a good sleep. Take care. But didn't I tell you that was the reason why it didn't work? It didn't work because she was trying to force marriage on them, and they had no intentions on marrying her, but they had every intentions of her having their child, right? I knew that. I had an inkling that's what it was. I had an inkling that's exactly what it was. Why those two relationships didn't work, because she tried her best not to really get into depth as to why those relationships didn't work. But I knew it. They didn't want to make her a wife. They just wanted her to be a baby mama. They just wanted her to be a baby mama. And then now she's talking about she was in a more serious relationship prior to this one. But you're not acting like you know how you got into this relationship and the way how you moved so fast. It doesn't seem like you was really, taking your time and really figuring everything out. You said that you was very hyper focused on how that the person that you was in a relationship with was with your kids. But ma'am, when you go on to tell the story about your estranged husband, you're going to let everybody know that he maritally raped you. So you telling me he was so good with your kids, but then he can maritally grape you, and you still went 2 years later or 3 years later and still had children with him. And why is like, oh, my boys, but my boys. So where was the concern about your daughters once you got maritally raped? Where was that same type of concern then? Here we go.
That guy, how did things kind of get started, and what exactly was the girlfriend stage?
We met online, and he just was, very consistent. He just wanted to do anything to make my life easier. What can I do for you? What do you need? Very nice and perfect gentleman. But he was nice to my children. All of the men were nice to my children. Like there's probably 3 men that met my children. All of them were nice. But with him in particular, because we started to live together and, it was a little bit more of an intimate setting, I feel like him and my oldest son clashed a little bit, because my oldest son, I kind of always let him be the little man of the house in a way. And he's very, very smart and highly intelligent child. And he, is not just going to let any man come in and think that he's the boss right away. So there was an issue, and he said something about, can your son, stay with a relative for a little bit?
Wow.
And I said, oh, you mean can we go stay somewhere? That's what you mean. And I packed my stuff right away. My sister came and got me and all my stuff. And because it took 2 cars, I had my car and she came with her car to get my stuff. And he brought my TV and stuff, like all the bigger things he brought. I asked him to bring it back the next day. But I left and I went back to my apartment, which I had to be out of soon. And I didn't plan to need to, do anything else, because I thought the relationship was moving forward. I was his girlfriend, but, he was taking very good care of me and he seemed like a good guy. But when he said that about my son, I said, no, it's all of us. It's all of us. So I left him. And I remember that night I was in the shower and I prayed and I said, God, I just want someone that's going to love me and my children. That's what I want.
Now, I want to make sure that the audience is following us, because we pretty much, I want to make sure we don't move too fast. But you have your second child, you 21, 22.
Yeah.
Some additional time elapsed. Now you're 23 and you're on the dating market. Doing a bit of online dating when you initially meet your current husband.
Yes.
But things progress a bit, but not too much to where you still keep your options open.
The other guy was just more consistent. He was always there. He was always, what do you need? So he just was prioritized.
Understood. Now, this gentleman that you're dating, you decide at some point you want to move in with him.
Yes.
And what was the living situation? Is it he's already has a place where he occupies, and then you and your 2 boys move in? Okay, got you. And how long were you dating before the relationship ends?
Things were moving pretty quickly. They were moving pretty quickly. I can't quantify a time. I can't remember exactly, but things moved pretty quickly, but he seemed like a good man, and I worked from home. So I always was able to keep an eye on my children. That was part of it. That was part of it. I was never leaving them with him, and no. I don't care if I have boys. I know people are crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. And in hindsight, with you and the boys moving in with this gentleman,
Mm-hmm.
is that something that you think the typical single mother just has to kind of, be concerned with in terms of moving their children in with, somebody that they're getting to know? Does marriage and commitment, or what level of commitment should be taking place before a woman does something like that?
Back then, if you would have asked me that, I would have said, if a man's going to take care of you and your kids, and that's a good man, take it.
Mm.
But now, it's hard to even have the words. You have to be so careful. So careful.
Okay. Woo! This is a lot to unpack, man. It's a lot to unpack. Okay. This is my opinion alone. All right. As a single mother, it is your responsibility to take care of your kids. Okay. It doesn't matter. Even if you are in a relationship with someone, even if you're married, it's your responsibility to take care of your kids. Right? It's everybody's who's involved in making those kids' responsibility to take care of your kids. When you get in a relationship, and let's say you're a single parent, it's still your responsibility to take care of your kids. Period. That is your responsibility. And it's not to say that the person that you align yourself with is not a caring person, or they're not supposed to show how they love you and your children. It's not to say that. It's just to say that you need to have it in the back of your head that those kids that you have from a prior relationship is always going to be your responsibility, and you're always going to have to make it so that if your kids needs sneakers, your kids needs a new sports outfit, a new sports gear, that or a new bike, needs medical, whatever, not, you are going to have to always have that in mind. It doesn't matter what relationship you get into, your responsibilities is your responsibilities as that parent. As that parent. There should not be no reasons why your kids are not getting what they need because you can't find someone to fundle or to pay for your kids' expenses. You should not be getting in any form of relationship looking for somebody else to foot the bill for a past relationship. That's not what this is for. You're supposed to be getting into a relationship with people for, I don't know, connection, kindred spirit, love, someone to walk this world with and enjoy the rest of the world with, and enjoy beautiful moments with. I thought those were the real priorities of as to why you're looking for a relationship. Now, if you're only just looking for a relationship for someone to foot the bill because you have made it with people who don't want to foot the bill, you're going to have a big problem, and you're always going to be disappointed. Because I'm going to tell you, there's not a lot of men that are like that. A lot of men are not like that. They don't like stuff like that. And then the ones who do, yeah, they love you. right? They love you and all that stuff like that. But guess what? When the relationship over, they're not going to be feeling like, hey, I'm supposed to do it. Only a real man who will create a relationship or a bond with your child that's not his will, even after the relationship is over, he believes that that's still his child. And he believes that that's still his child because he created a bond with him that cannot be broken. That could not be broken. So he still will want to be a part of that child's life, even if the relationship is not there. But is that every man? No. That's not every man, and not every man is going to do it. Not every man is going to do it. And it's just it saddens me when I do hear women, some women who do that, some single mothers who do that, some single parents who do that. And this is not only just to say that single mothers do it, single men do it too. Single male parents do it too. They will literally get in a relationship just so their child can have a mom. That's it. They'll get in a relationship with their child to have a mom so they can have someone in the house to cook meals for them and do all the quote unquote woman duties that he doesn't want to do. And they will literally get in relationships just for that. But I'm just telling you that is a problem because your children from your past relationships are always going to be your responsibility. They're always going to be your responsibility, and you need to be making situations and plans that never changes for those kids. That never changes for those kids. Those kids are still going to get their necessities, and they're still going to be able to get some wants here and there, whether if a new person comes into your life or doesn't. That is your responsibility as a parent. As a parent, period.
Because men are not just doing this to stepchildren, they're doing this to their own children too. And that's something that's just very scary and incomprehensible, to be honest.
I understand.
So now this situation that happens, because now you're back in your apartment. You didn't expect to be here.
Yeah.
And it sounds like now we got some financial issues taking place.
Yeah.
And so what's the solution at this point?
It was crazy because when I prayed that night, he called me the next morning, and it was random. Like, I hadn't talked to him in a few weeks, and he would check in every time, but he just wasn't a priority. But he said, "Hey, how you doing?" And I said, just getting out of a relationship, and it didn't work out. Him and my oldest son didn't mesh well. And he said, "Well, I love your boys. They're good boys. I mean, they're..." And the way my sons responded to him when the two times that they had met him was very good. Was very good. And he seemed like a good guy. I mean, his parents own their own church, and he seemed to have all the values and all the right things and said all the right things. And I was like, this is the only man that I feel like I've really been able to connect with God with. And that was...
Let me look at these chats before I say what I have to say. Lana says, "Yeah, my husband would be depressed, LOL, if he would probably fight for custody." Yeah. And here's the thing, right? What she just said. She just, I don't know. Like, I don't understand if she knows that she really contradicting herself. I don't think she knows, but she is, right? Because of the simple fact is you had just said that you had just broken up with your last boyfriend or the guy that you was talking to and dealing with because of the situation that happened with your son, or what he said about your son, that he didn't want your son with him. I guess that's from the son that you had when he was 17 years old. He didn't want him with him. He only wanted to take care of you and the kid that he had with you. And you said, no, it's all of us or none. And this is the reason why you picked up and packed up your stuff and you went back home. Then while you are freshly out of a relationship, you talking about you prayed to God, and then this guy decides to call you, and then while having a conversation with him about you getting out of a relationship and all this stuff, he just says, yeah, I love your kids. I love your kids. And he was telling you everything that you wanted to hear. Ma'am, why won't you admit that you was in a dire need? You did not want to be moved back to being a single mom that had to go to work. So when he came and he said everything that you needed to hear, you ran into that marriage. You ran into that man's arm. Why don't you just admit it? Because that's what it seems like. Like you were just in a relationship. And then now all of a sudden this guy calls you and you're now having all these type of talks. You see, this is why it drives me insane, because she said that relationship was more important than the one that started with her husband that she's with now. Do that sound like do she sound like a woman that was in a serious relationship, that she was actually genuinely in love and cared? That literally when the relationship is over and it's over because of what they said about your son, whatever not, and you didn't agree with it, that you sitting up there now, you're so quickly to entertain another man? You're still like, it just happened a day ago, and you're on the phone with another man telling him everything and all this stuff like that. Ma'am, like you really needed just to admit to yourself that you wanted to be saved. You wanted to be saved for the simple fact that you was about to go right back to being a single mother who has to work to take care of her children. That's what it was. So when he came along and he just hit you up out of nowhere, you just admitted that you had him and a couple of other suitors on deck. You was going between them, filling them out, while you was in that relationship with that other person. So now when that relationship is officially over, all of a sudden you just call up one of your suitors. And that's exactly what you did. That's exactly what you did. This is the things that she's not saying. The timeline is adding up correctly because now she's exposing herself. But the timeline is added up very, very quickly now. You got in that relationship with that other guy. You had and whatever he said about your children, saying that he wanted your children to go back to their to be sent off to their fathers. And you was like, no, it's my children, all of us, or none of us. And then you had to go back home. You had to go back home to your house. And then all of a sudden, randomly, the guy who is now your husband calls you on the exact day after you prayed to Jesus. And he comes and he's saying, well, I love your children and I love your sons and I want sons and I love your sons and all the stuff like that. And he said everything that you needed to hear. And you were just like, oh my God, that was an answer from God. Won't he do it? God just sent me a man 3 days later after I broke up with my boyfriend and moved back home. But it just shows that you wasn't, if you was that easy to get over that relationship. I'm trying to figure out where was your heart at? Where was your heart at, dear? Because it started to paint like you wasn't in these relationships really looking for love. You was just looking for security. That is what I'm getting off from you. You was looking for security. You was looking for relationships. You was looking for relationships as utility, which is fine because a lot of people get married and get in relationships for utility, for safety, for security. But don't sit up here and pretend that's not what you was looking for. That was your prime goal, was to get the security, to get the type of lifestyle that you want. You didn't want to go back to work. You wasn't in love. You wasn't in love with none of these men. You just didn't want to work and you wanted to be taken care of. Period. Let me see. She said, Alana says, the guy only wanted the baby to be a baby like his is supposed to be. According to her story. I mean, all babies grow up. They don't stay like babies all the time. You know, they don't stay like babies all the time. Like if you was talking to her and you was in a relationship with her where you was able to move her in and take care of her and her children, then you realize that both of her boys weren't babies. They were young children. So it was okay for you to be dating her and move her in when you know that these kids were young children. So now while you're in the midst of the relationship and y'all supposed to be getting married and y'all going ring shopping, now you have a problem that her kids are not little tiny little babies and that they're children. Do that make sense? The relationship is now moving towards marriage and you know that she has children, not little infants. And now while y'all supposed to be picking out rings, you have a problem that her kids are not infants? Doesn't make sense, sweetheart.
Something that was really powerful to me because I feel like that was missing in, any other relationships that I entertained is I didn't feel like we had a strong faith bond. And when you meet certain people and you just know that you can just talk about the Lord. It's okay just to talk about the Lord and how good God is and just, and I had that with him. And that was definitely a part of the choosing. I prayed and I said, God, please give me a sign if this is right. And I feel like God gave me all the green lights. I feel like he did. And I still feel like he did. And I just didn't know that God wanted to use us. But that's just what ended up happening.
Do you feel
If I hear her say that one more time, I'm going to kind of flip out. Because she's really trying to push this. She's doing too much. I understand about calling on the Lord. I pray to God every single day. But that's something that I do in my household. That's something I do in my car. That's something I do at work. I do that every single day. And I don't need an audience to know about my relationship with God. Because that is my relationship with God. She is doing too much, trying to emphasize her faith in God. Ma'am, God did not tell you to go out there and to rush into many different relationships looking for a man to take care of you and your sons. I'm sure God did not tell you to do that. I'm sure he did not tell you to do that. But it's so bad because she's also trying to blame God too. Like, she's also trying to blame God too. That, I really prayed really hard and I prayed really hard and God told me to go marry this man in 2 weeks that I barely even knew, that's miraculously came in my DMs right after I left my boyfriend that moved me and my kid in and took care of us. But when it was time to buy the ring, he now had a problem that my kids was 5 years old and 3 instead of 3 months. She's getting on my nerves. She's really getting on my nerves with this. Empress Kai said, God in lamb chap voice, she's attempting to portray herself as a virtuous woman. Yes, she is. she is trying to portray herself as a virtuous woman. I'm not saying that she's necessarily a bad woman. Under the definition of virtuous as the way that she's trying to paint it, no, you're not that type of woman. You're definitely not that type of woman. But the simple fact is just like, like, please, like, let's be clear. God really didn't have nothing to do with your decisions, really. Don't blame God. Don't blame my God. Don't blame my father for your decisions. Like, just own up to it. That's just own up to it. That you wanted a certain type of lifestyle. You did not want to go back to working after you realized that you was being played for a fiddle and being used for your body and your energy and your time by the last man. And you didn't want to go back to work. That's it. You did not want to go back to work as a single mother dealing with 2 young boys. You just didn't want to go back to work. Just admit it. All this other extra stuff is unnecessary. You rushed to marry that man with your quote unquote, with your 2 single boys that you say that you so quote unquote worry about, and you're such a hawk for, and you don't let people around your kids and stuff like that. But ma'am, you just admitted that you moved in to a house and let another man take care of you. And you said that you never left your kids alone with him, and that's why you worked at home. You was a work at home type of person. You didn't care about your kids being around any stranger. Let's keep it 100. Let's stop the bull crap, okay? You did not care about vetting all the way to the T about who your sons was around. But you're trying to paint the picture that you did all your due diligence. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You moved your kids into a house with a dude that they didn't really know. They barely even knew. You barely even knew. And you thought that you did the best possible in vetting just because you decided to work from home. But if that was the case, if you really vetted these guys and you really knew who the guy was, you would have never had to leave him and go back to your own home if you already knew that he didn't like kids who were like 3-year-olds and 5-year-olds that wasn't his. You telling me that you moved your kid into somebody's house who was taking care of y'all, who in fact had a problem with your sons being 3 or 5 years old. And you want me to believe that you really did your due diligence?
Feel like what he told you, or that love that he said he had, do you feel like that was genuine love, or was that predatory?
I'm unsure because he didn't touch my boys. He did not. They've been interviewed. I asked them as soon as my daughter told me, and I always asked them, even before my daughter said that, because he's not their father. And I'll never trust a man 100% with my kids. I was always looking at him, even him changing our daughter's diapers. He would even say, oh, I don't feel comfortable changing them because they're girls. Why don't you change them? Played the role so perfectly. He knew everything to say. But I almost wonder, did he want children? Because he really wanted children. That was a condition of our marriage. It was a condition.
What do you mean a condition? That's something like he wrote it down, or
that's what he said. He said, when we started talking about the marriage, and he said, I just really want to have kids. I haven't had any kids yet, and he's an older man. And I thought it was odd that he hadn't had any kids yet. But he said, God just hasn't blessed me with kids yet, and I really, want to have kids of my own. And I said, I'm willing to do that. I mean, if you're my husband, okay. And I wonder, did he have intentions? Because someone close to me said that sometimes predators like to grow their own prey. And that's a really sad thing. But there's stories of it.
Now, I want to go back just a bit because you have just moved out with your 2 sons back into your apartment, and now you're entertaining conversation, potentially dating again with your husband. How long after you move into your apartment do you accept his invitation to now move in?
Within days.
Okay.
Within days. I mean, it was, I think that first conversation, like one of the first few conversations, he was like, well, I told him what I was going through.
This is what I'm talking about, man. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm gonna talk about. She is full of shit. 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 Within a few days, I'm glad that this guy asked her that question. Now, listen, I know these guys are kind of red pill and all the stuff like that, and they be going out of their way to try to exploit and expose women and some of the women in their ideology and how they think. But I'm kind of glad that these dudes asked that question, because honey child, honey boo boo, you are a fucking clown. Okay, you said within days of you ending your prior relationship that you accepted the invitation of the other guy to take you and your kids in, and you expect me to believe that you are such a I'm a tiger mom when it comes to my sons and my daughters. You really want me to believe that when within days you're inviting people to come live with you or stay with you, or you going to go stay with a man that you met offline and only had a few freaking conversations with? You have lost your rabid ass fucking mind if you believe that I believe your bullshit. Literally literally lying. Within days, ma'am. Do that even sound like someone who is such concern and such a tiger mom and I'm so alert and I'm so worried about my kids and I'm hyper focused and stuff like that? Ma'am, you're lying to everyone. You're lying to yourself. Your actions doesn't match up with the things that you say that you do to your children. Why are your children meeting random people from online, complete strangers? Why are they being their lives being crossed with these random strangers so quickly? Why? Why do you have so many random people going in and out of your child's life? Why? Why are they meeting them so early? Why are you having these random fucking people near your children so early? Come on, ma'am. Absolutely not. Is that the reason? I hate to say this, but God forbid, but is that the reason why the sexual assault happened to you? Did your mother have you randomly just being around that neighbor and allow him to come to the house and make and be so inviting and greeting? Is that the reason why you got sexually assaulted? That so many random people that you don't know nothing about had access to you so quickly? Oh my God. I can't. I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I can't. This is ridiculous.
And I said, I just need a place to stay for a little bit just to figure it out. And he said, well, if you come here, you're gonna be my wife. And that was sexy to me. I was like,
Because
okay.
And I can imagine that, because you in emotional turmoil at that time. Finances is just tricky just because you running into a bunch of unexpected things.
And he seemed like a good guy. Yeah. He did. If I thought he was a crazy man, I would have never entertained the idea.
How old were your boys at the time?
5 and 2.
5 and 2.
Yeah.
The 5-year-old, and see, I know it had to be a lot for the young boys too, because they just were introduced to this other brother here.
Yeah.
And now they got to see this new guy. What did the 5-year? Did he express any concern or he just kind of going with the flow? 5 years old.
Honestly, we got married a week after that we started talking about the marriage, and at the wedding he said, "Can I call you Dad now?"
Wow.
And he said, "Oh my gosh, yes, that means so much to me."
And was his own father in his life?
Not like that.
Not really.
Not like that.
I get it. So he was excited to actually have somebody
A
he can
family.
call Dad and a family.
I thought it was one of the happiest days of our lives.
Wow.
In that span, from the time you moved in to the time you guys got married, how long was that?
From the time we got married and moved in?
Well, from the time you moved into his place.
I
to the
didn't
time
live with him before we got married.
Oh, wow. So
No.
better question. From the time from that phone call you guys had to marriage, how long was that?
1 week. It was a week.
Okay.
It was a week, and I didn't live there until the day after. I remember moving my stuff in the day before we were getting married, and I didn't sleep there. I went to the hotel that he booked for me and my sisters, a very nice suite. We had a beautiful wedding reception. I mean, he threw it together so quick. He was just like, "Here, just do what you want to do." And it was beautiful. It was beautiful.
Do you feel like if you had enough money in your bank account to comfortably pay rent and other things, would you have made that decision?
Probably, yes.
Okay.
Probably, yes.
Because I know sometimes, when money's tight, finances just have a lot to do with our decisions.
But I was making good money, and that's why I said I only needed like a little bit of time to stay. Even if I was to stay with a family member, I mean, it just would have been a little bit, because I was making good money working for my family.
Got it.
So I knew I would have been able to find something. I just hadn't had to plan to move so quickly.
Yeah.
And I moved my stuff in, went to the hotel, and the day after we got married, we went home.
Wow.
Started our lives.
And at that point, when you agreed to the marriage, if you could, give it on a scale to 1 to 10, how eager and excited were you to get married, and not to just get married to this particular gentleman, but just get married in general?
I was over the moon. I thought it was my fairy tale. It seemed almost too good to be true. I just kept praising God, how good God was, that this happened for me and my children. And
I think this is a perfect time. Hey Omni, what's going on? This is a perfect time where I need to bring up something. So she keeps on talking about fairy tales. She keeps on talking about princess this and princess that. Ma'am, you suffer from the Cinderella complex, okay? And just for anybody who don't know, I actually did research. Yeah, exactly. So why not extend the stay in story? Right, because she wanted to be married, and that was it. She wanted to be married. She wanted to be married to someone who was wealthy. She did not want to work anymore, and is the first person who offered that to her, she took it. That's exactly what happened. So what she's showing you guys, she is showing you the Cinderella complex. I'm going to pull it up for you so we can read it together. I actually did a live stream, a whole presentation on the Cinderella complex, and she actually has it. She is a prime example of this complex, okay? And this is Cinderella complex from psychology, and I'm going to bring up the Google search so we can look at it real quick. Okay, let's see. All right, I'm going to stop sharing real quick. All right, so if y'all can see this, oh, this is too small for y'all. Let's go. Nope. Let me know which one is bigger. I think this is good. Okay, so if you can see, I hope y'all can see as much as possible. Sorry, my bad if you can't. But it says the Cinderella complex is a psychological concept that describes a person's fear of independence and unconscious desire to be taken care of by someone else. The term is named after the fairy tale character Cinderella, who is expected to be beautiful, polite, supportive, but incapable of taking care of herself. The complex is based on the idea that women are raised to be dependent on others, and that this leads to fear of independence and tendency to sabotage success. So again, she just told you that she was making a lot of money, good money at her own family business. She's at her own family business. She knows that they're not going to pay her minimum wage. She knows that her family is going to pay her a decent amount of money. In fact, she will probably get paid better money than any other outside employee because it is a family business. But yet she was making all this good money, all this great money, but then she still rushed to hurry up and move and get married to a man and move in his house for him to take care of her. And she said it was the happiest day of her life. It was straight out of a fairy tale. It was everything that she asked for. This woman is showing complete signs of the Cinderella complex. Let's dig deep in a little bit more into it, okay? So it says the impact. The Cinderella complex can affect how a person thinks, acts, and speaks. Listen to how she speaks. Listen to how she's acting in this interview. For example, people with the Cinderella complex may be less likely to participate when someone else can help. They will sit back. They also depend more on others for feedback to build their self-esteem. So again, look how she's narrating the conversation. She's trying to make herself seem like she's a virtuous woman. She's trying to make herself seem that she wants everybody to believe that she is a protector of her children, but yet her action shows that she was not really thinking about their safety, because you have moved your children not once but twice into random strangers' apartments just so they can be taken care of. Next, it says awareness. The term was coined by Agatha Christie in a murder mystery novel, but it became widely known as the Colette Dowling wrote book on the subject in 1980s. The American Psychiatric Association does not recognize the term as a psychological disorder. All right. So as of right now, the APA do not recognize it as a psychological disorder, but however, it is still a complex nonetheless. Overcoming. Some ways to overcome the Cinderella complex include having compassion for yourself, challenging yourself in small ways, noticing how you feel when you meet challenges, and asking for professional help. So again, this lady, she is a victim. As you see, everything that happened is a victim. Everything she talks about is a victim. When she even telling the story, she's a victim. She's a victim. And she's, so he was supposed to be my prince. He was supposed to be my prince. He was supposed to save me. And it was the best day of my life. And it was just like a fairy tale. And she is full of the Cinderella complex. She was an independent woman, but she didn't want to be independent, right? She wanted to revert back into dependency. Hence why the type of people that she chose. She chose men who will be able to take care of everything, so she would not be independent in anything. In anything. She also enlisted it onto men to love her children the way that she was supposed to love her children. Right? Oh, I was more concerned about how much they love my boys. But where was the protection? Where was the protection? You moved your children into strangers' homes within days. Within days. But you want us to believe that you were such a protector. Anyway, let's go back on. Let me go get what's the name? That's crazy. That is really, 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 really crazy, man. All right, here we go.
we were finally a family, I thought.
And at this time, when you decide to make the decision and you go about, informing your family, how did they receive that information?
They were shocked. I actually made my husband come as my ex. I made him come ask my mother for my hand.
Wow.
That was a requirement for me to marry him to me. And he did so, and he was very respectful and just said, I'll take wonderful care of your daughter. She'll never have to worry. And her sons, they're mine now. And he said all the right things. And my family was there when we got married. I mean, I think they were like a little hesitant because of how quickly. But he seemed like he really loved me and my sons.
Was that the first time that you've ever had a man to not only profess his love for you, but to also profess his love for your two boys at that time?
I would say that men always would try to be nice and, just because, but I felt like they wanted me. I'm going to be nice because I want her, not because it was genuine. I could tell he really wanted to be a dad.
Wow.
He really wanted to be a dad. And it just showed. And everyone was so excited. He bought them all new toys. Picked out what beds do you want for them? Do you want to do their room? Whatever you want.
Also, he was very serious about getting everything set up.
That man at action. That is something women respect.
When was the point?
Ma'am, the man was like, I don't understand. Okay, how can I put this? I want to put this in a proper way. Any man who is coming to pursue you, whether or not, if you have children or if you do have children, they want you, right? That's the reason why they're coming to pursue you. Like, I don't know. I mean, it will weird me out if a man approached me and says, you know what, I want to marry you because of your son. The first thing that's going to come to me, if you're a man and you say, I want to marry you because of your son, I'm going to look at you as a whole pedophile. And you better hope that I don't have my shotgun right next to me, but you're going to have to get off my porch. Right? You're going to have to get off my stairs real quick because I'm going to run you out of here one way or another. That's how I would look if any man was to come to me. So now it's just weird to me how you're making it seem that the man didn't want to necessarily be in a relationship with you. He just wanted to love on your boys. Right? He wanted to love on your boys. And you think that sounds cool? And then here's the thing. If he always wanted to be a parent, he's 40 years older than you. He had 20 plus years opportunity to have children as well as get married. And this is not to shame anyone who don't have children his age or haven't been married that age. This is not to shame you at all. But I'm just saying, if you're telling me, he's telling you that, oh, I always wanted to be a father, then sir, if you always wanted to be a father, you would have gotten married and had children already. You know what I'm saying? You would have had that. So now you're making it seem like, no, he only wanted to be a father to your children, to your kids. There's a lot of things that she's just saying that just like it's really not making any sense. It's really double-minded thinking and talking that she's doing. She's literally trying to She's talking out both sides of her mouth, and one side is like trying to be a buffer to make things not seem as bad, but the other side is somewhat is like the truth, right? So like on the left side of her mouth, all the truth is coming out, but she uses the right side of her mouth as a filter to try to smooth it out, to not make it seem like as weird as of what she's really saying. But it doesn't make any sense. Let's go on. It's getting me crazy. It's giving me a headache. I can see why the reactions that she had, or the different type of reaction responses that people been doing videos on. I see why they were so. I felt like they was being hard on her, like really, really hard on her. But that's before I'm actually, listening to it. I just thought that, they always victim blaming. They're always blaming the victim. You know what I'm saying? Like they always never want to hear the victim side. They think that the victim know everything. And it's the truth. The victim don't know everything. And I'm not saying that she knew everything, but she knew that she wanted a certain type of lifestyle. She knew that she wanted to get married real quick after the other relationship didn't work out and she didn't want to work. She knew those things.
That you started seeing some signs that things might not have been right with him.
Honestly, early on, not even a month, some girl, his ex, was showing up at the doorstep, and she was like, well, he was supposed to be with me, because we got married so fast. So,
wow.
I guess she was maybe hanging around, or I don't know. And she looked very, very, very young. But she was of legal age. I think she was 21, a few years younger than me. But she looked like a child.
Wow. So that was pretty much his type for the most part.
I told him, how can you be attracted to her? Because she doesn't have a body or anything. She looks so young. And he was just like, he wouldn't really say much. But I'm like, well, I guess she is an adult. It's not illegal. I guess it's not weird. But to me, it's odd. Well, yeah, she told me how old she was. She just came. We talked for a little bit, and it was, yeah.
She shows up at the house.
He wasn't there. She was sitting on the step when I pulled up at home.
That was the first red flag. Okay. And then did it get progressively worse, or did it get better after that?
He was very controlling very early on. I remember actually the day we got married, I started seeing how insecure he was. He always thought I was looking at other men, like just imagining it seemed. Or maybe not even imagining it, maybe just trying to scare me into not ever thinking about doing it. I don't know.
And this is a man who has already expressed that he wants to grow a family. He wants to have children outside of the two young boys you already have.
Yes.
How would you describe your sexual relationship?
With him?
Correct.
Vanilla, normal. Seemed like a normal guy. He wasn't.
So nothing.
No, he just, like, I never would think that this man would do this stuff. He hid it so well. Even, if I saw him watching adult videos, it was grown women that looked like me. I'm like, okay, well, I guess you're thinking about me. That's okay. Nothing like that. Not at all. He already knows I don't play that because he knew,
And was there any level of aggression or anything that ever became violent towards yourself? Like, did he ever have any of that energy towards you?
He never put his hands on me like that. No. Okay. He never put his hands on me. He was not physically abusive to me, but he was sexually abusive. I guess that is physically abusive.
Okay.
But when he first, what people have to understand is marital.
Oh my God. So wait a minute. Hold on. You made it quite known in the beginning that he marital raped you. And you don't even look at it as him being abusive to you. The simple fact that you had to say, oh, he was never physically abusive to me, then if he wasn't physically abusive to you, then how was he sexually abusive to you? How was he sexually abusive to you then, if he wasn't ever physically abusive to you? I mean, because sex has to do with skin, right? Skin touching, penetration, forcing. Like, that's what sexual abuse is, right? But you don't even look at it as physical abuse. Now I'm starting to, okay, I gotta finish listening to her, because now I'm starting to wonder, I don't even want to think about it. I'm starting to wonder, but let's go.
Marital, I don't even know how to say it. Marital R word is never talked about. And it's a real thing. And I think I read it didn't even become illegal until 1970 something.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to think he may have grown up. This is a normal part of life. You own your wife. And he would use scripture to manipulate me. You know, your body is not your own. It belongs to your husband. Wow. And, you know, that type of stuff too. And he would gaslight me. And I would be crying. Like, first it starts off, you think, oh, you know, he's just trying to have sex and I just don't want to. And it's like, you know, I'm telling him no. And, you know, you think he's playing at first. And it's like, no, I'm serious. And then it gets to the point where you're like, he's not stopping. And I'm like fighting him and crying like, no. And it happened 4 times. But I remember the last time something in me said, don't fight and don't cry. Just lay there. He couldn't even finish. He just got off of me and just said, we're getting a divorce.
Okay. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. Just earlier, she just said that he has never physically abused her. Didn't she say that? And then she changed her her story to, well, he sexually abused me. Then she talks about marital rape, and she talks about marital rape in a way that she just found that out. Like, she just did a Google search and found out about marital rape and how it became illegal in the 1970s. But then, while she's telling the story of the 4 times that she experienced marital rape, she said that she was crying and fighting him. If you're fighting someone, isn't that physical abuse? If you have to fight someone, that means that that person is holding you down, won't let you leave, pulling you, taking off your clothes, whatever. That's physical abuse. But you said earlier that he never physically abused you. What is fighting? Somebody tell me in the chat, am I wrong? What is fighting? When kids fight, when kids beat up someone, isn't that physical abuse? If someone is pushing you into a wall or pushing you into a closet, tripping you, something like that, isn't that not physical abuse? So why, at 1 minute she said that he ain't never physically abused me, but then now you're telling them that 4 times you had to fight him and you was crying and apparently you lost. But you didn't think of that as physical abuse. And then here goes the story. Here goes my question again. At this time, I don't know if her daughters were born at this time. I don't know. I will listen more into the interview to find out whether or not if her daughters were born at this time. But during these 4 situations where you experienced marital rape, why would you think that? Number one, why did you think that it was okay? Obviously, you wasn't comfortable. Obviously, you had to coax yourself into just lay there and stay quiet. And when that got on his nerve, because that's what grape is all about, right? Grape is about control, ladies and gentlemen. It is not actually about the sexual deed. It's about control. The thrill of it is them taking away your will, taking it away from you. That's the thrill of all that. And you explained that one time you just lie there like a dead log, and that person no longer was interested in having sex with you anymore. From that point, you said that he got up and he said, "I'm done. I want a divorce." But then you just said that homie was vanilla. You said that he was vanilla. You said that he watched regular porn, nothing that had anything to do with children or anything in it. You're lying, ma'am. You're lying that he was vanilla. You had an idea that he was into those type of role plays. You had somewhat of an idea, especially after the first time. If the first time that caught you off guard, you should have dipped. You was uncomfortable. You was like, this is unacceptable. You should have gone. But the simple fact that 3 times more it occurred, you actually eventually you knew that was his kink. That's the way that he got off. He got off visualizing raping you. And you not doing anything, you can't do anything about it because you're his wife. But that was the kink. He had a kink. He wasn't vanilla at all, ma'am. He wasn't.
And I realized that he was just attracted to the sadistic part of it.
Hold on, wait. So you used to fight him and cry, and you felt like that was what turned him on? Because
It was for sure. Because the last time it happened, when I just laid there, like I just had to be very quiet. Like I just knew just to lay there like a dead fish, basically. And he just couldn't even finish.
Did you ever think to, file a criminal report when that was happening, or did you just not want to do that because that was your husband?
It didn't even, it's hard. There was so much gaslighting. He'd finish and then be like, babe, why are you crying? I thought you wanted it. And hold you and rub you, and I love you so much. The next day, you and the kids everybody's getting new clothes, and and you're thinking, oh, my husband is a good guy, he's not, and I am his wife. I mean, my body does belong to him, and it says in the Bible. So, what am I complaining about? But the last time, he never did it again because he knew that I knew that what it was about.
So here's the crazy thing about it. Let me tell you about that Bible thing, right? Your body belongs to him. One of the things that the Bible also teaches about you not being a slave to your flesh, right? Most of our sins come through the simple fact that we have flesh, right? The sins of the flesh. So when they're talking about your body and your temple belonging to somebody, that's supposed to be your heart. That's supposed to be your mind. That belongs to the other person who is supposed to be been given given the right to have it because they gave their heart and their mind to the Lord, that's how it's meant to see. It's not really always meant to be about your physical body. Your physical body can condemn your soul faster. So this is what I'm saying. Like, she's trying to paint herself as this very religious woman and all the stuff like that. But ma'am, you're really not that religious. Not to the point where you're not religious to the point where you're trying to make people believe that you are, right? You're not. I'm not saying that you can't love the Lord. I'm not judging on how she loves the Lord, whether if she loves the Lord. That's not my argument. My whole point of the fact is that there's a lot of things that you did that we're listening to. There's a lot of things that you did that lets me know that you do not live a religious life. You don't live a religious life, and you never did. Now, whether or not you took on more of a religious stance afterwards, that's something that can be argued. But even within that, I wouldn't believe it, because you literally married someone. You married someone within a couple of days. You married them out of security. You married them because another relationship went sour when you was out there ring shopping, and that person didn't want to get married, and they made the excuse that your sons were 3 and 5 years old and they were more accepting to infants instead of young children. Like, there's a lot of things that you did that makes me, you're not as biblically sound as you said that you are. You're not biblically as sound as you think that you're trying to make yourself seem like. And you knew that he had a kink. You knew that the kink was he likes great play. You knew it. You found that out. You found that out on your wedding night. You knew that he likes that great play. I'm pretty sure that she had more experiences with him with that whole marital grape situation than she's letting on to believe that it was only 4 times. And even if we keep it to the 4 times that she's willing to discuss about, after number 1, and you knew that it was wrong and you knew how you felt about it, why didn't you leave? Why didn't you leave as quickly as you left? Like you said that you left because the man said whatever he said about your son. If you felt that you was in danger because you're being maritally raped and you're uncomfortable and you didn't like it, and you're getting something done against your will, how did that correlate that your children are still safe? How did that correlate in your mind that your children are safe if you're not even safe, ma'am? You're not even safe in your bedroom to go to sleep. But you think that you want me to actually believe that you really thought that your children were safe? Let's see. Miss Jalen said, this is what these guys don't understand when they express themselves in the chat. They are scary. These men sound so angry. Yeah. Right, Lana. It never said to submit to abuse. That is correct. That is correct. Let's go on.
So, by the way, were you his first wife?
I didn't even realize how many times that man had been married before I married him. I'm his 4th wife.
Wow.
Hold on. He been married 4 times. She said that she didn't realize how many times that man been married before. Ma'am, who you playing with? Who you playing with, ma'am? You didn't realize that he was married? You didn't, so you telling me I know you rushed to marry him and all that stuff like that, and you had all these conversations about, oh, he was so into God and all the stuff like that, and he said all the right things, but you didn't ask him if he was married before? I can't. I can't. I can't. Let's go on. Hold on a second.
Ex-wife, but she was so reluctant to even talk to me. I don't even know what he put her through, because she was just like, when you called me, it took me back to a bad place. And I was like, oh, she was just didn't share much.
Now, amidst the abuse, you are still together. You're still growing a family.
Mm-hmm.
And now you are, if I'm not mistaken, 3 daughters in.
Well, I got pregnant with our first daughter 4 months into the marriage. We had been trying to conceive from the time that we got engaged. The time he put the ring on my finger, it was, all right, we knew we were getting married. So he was so excited. He was so excited.
You were the chosen one! You were the chosen one!
I'm disturbed. I'm really disturbed right now. Y'all don't understand how disturbed I am right now. Do you hear this lady? Do you hear this woman? Do you hear this woman? This woman said that they was trying to hurry up and have kids even before she got married. So once they got engaged, they was already knocking it up. So again, you try to paint yourself as this virtuous woman and you trying to do everything right and all this stuff like that. But as soon as homie put a ring on your finger, you was already knocking the boots. Okay, whatever. You're a grown woman. You had sex before. You had 2 kids before. I'm not knocking that. But the simple fact is that you said that he maritally raped you 4 times. So now they're saying that you have 3 children by him, not 2, 3. You say you have 3 girls, 3 little girls by him. So you telling me that one of those girls, one of those children could be a product of marital rape. And you mean to tell me nothing clicked in your head? Nothing clicked in your head after the first, the second, or the third time that, you know what, maybe I need to take my kids and get out of here, because if I'm not safe, my children is not safe? You really want me to believe that? And then you're really trying to paint it on that he was some religious man? You try to say that his mother slipped up and told you how many times he'd been married? His mother should not have slipped up and told you how many times he's been married. That was supposed to be a conversation, I don't know, that you have with your fiance before you get married. But see, you want us to believe that you got a call signed from God, G-O-D, the big G-O-D, who told you that Savannah, this your man, Savannah. This your husband, Savannah. Do you see the big blind light? Don't go look into the light, Savannah. This your husband. You need to hurry up and marry him within 2 weeks, okay? And your life is going to be perfect, Savannah. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me.
What I'm curious about is in this, it just seems, this is a lot. it's a lot. I can imagine. Were you happy in your marriage at all?
I was. I mean, there was good and bad, but we had a good friendship. Like, and that, I think that was, one of the main things. We loved to watch movies together and spend time together, and we loved to, do things with the family, and I thought we had a good life together. And it's not like we were not intimate. Like, we were always intimate. We had a normal marriage for the most part, other than him being controlling, very, very controlling. But to me, it was easy to comply because he gave us the world.
How long were you guys married?
For 5 years.
Okay. And so when did you actually get into, because I think as a whole, me and Ryan, we have this, I know starting a YouTube channel is a whole nother situation, because was that your full-time business as a wife? Like, was that what you were doing full-time, or did you have a job and your YouTube channel?
I stopped working shortly after we got married.
Okay, so you a housewife at this point.
Yeah, he paid all the bills. If I made any money from YouTube, it was all yours. I could get things for the kids, that's a lot of stuff I like to buy. But yeah, and he provided everything else. I mean, he didn't ask me for anything, and he was an amazing provider. Anything I wanted, he gave me.
I want to address this too, because I think it's important, because you've touched the lives of a lot of ladies. And I'm just curious to know, because again, coming today who you are, even me and myself and Ryan, when life puts you through things, who you are now, 6 months ago, a year ago, 3 years ago, it changes.
Yeah.
Would you say that with your now today mind and who you've grown into and become and how you've seen life play out, is the advice that you gave to women, would you say that was still sound for the most advice that you will stand on to this day? Or do you think there's some things that you will go?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If you have kids, I honestly think that it's more safe to just try to have a relationship completely outside of your kids, if you can. That might look like you guys living in two different places, but and this is maybe just be my trauma speaking.
Well, were you saying that if you're married to someone and you already have kids, you're saying that women should probably keep their kids 100%?
I'm saying more so if they're dating. When it gets into marriage, that's different. But like dating and living with men and doing that, like, you should just not. And I was lucky that I worked from home, but can you imagine, if I, there's probably so many men just like, wait till she goes to work. And it's just sad.
Man.
I think what makes, your story even more polarizing, as it already is, with you, recalling these events, is the content that you were putting out online, the proclamation of being a trophy wife. And I think that's what has a lot of people, stirred up all over the world at this point, because millions of people have seen the video.
Well, when I created my platform, I wanted to redefine the term trophy wife into a woman that is the Proverbs 31 woman, which is my favorite verse in the Bible, and I believe that every woman should aspire to be. It's not just about how pretty you are. It's about, are you, being a good mom? What are your values? Are you choosing a man of values? And I thought that I was talking about the right thing. And, I don't think it's bad for a woman to want a successful man. I'm never going to say that a woman should just not care at all, how a man shows up, because the success is honestly a manifestation of different attributes within the man. It's just a manifestation of being a hard worker, persistent, faithful, all the things that success is a fruit of. So I still stand by that. But when it comes to dating as a single mom, luckily he didn't prey on his stepchildren, but what if he did?
What I want to do here, it's a blessing to say this, but Dr. Spirit actually did show up here backstage today. So one of the greatest, most world-renowned therapists is actually backstage to join us in this conversation.
3,300 people in the chat. The chat is going bananas right now. Dr. Spirit, thank you for joining us. Where's she at?
Absolutely,
Hey.
Ken Lano.
Hey,
Dr.
guys.
Spirit, what's
Hey.
up with you, Dr. Spirit? Everybody welcome.
Hey.
Drop a Dr. Spirit in the chat real quick.
I like that. Dr. Spirit got that set too. That's looking nice back there.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm working late at the office, so I couldn't come into the studio, but they told me that you needed me, so I'm here.
Absolutely.
Oh, listen, Dr. Spirit, I already know you one of the busiest therapists in the world. All right, so I am absolutely blessed.
It's a long day.
I know. Every day is probably a long day. But we have Isis Morales here, who has, one of the most viral stories and testimonies right now on the internet, who came in here to join us.
Okay.
I know you like to come in absolutely blank because Dr. Spirit said, prior, I don't want to know anything. I want to come in with a blank slate. I just want to come in and meet the young lady and talk to her. And the purpose, by the way, because I want you to be able to do what you do with Isis, because this situation is not unique, unfortunately.
Okay.
So I would like you to give her the best counsel that you could. And also just in general, any other ladies that might be in a situation, how they can move forward and advance, who might have experienced something similar. But in general, Dr. Spirit, I would like you to go ahead and take it from here.
Well, one of the things that I really want to ask, and I feel bad that I'm just jumping in because I'm sure you probably already shared this story with the audience, but what is it that you need from me tonight? How can I help you? I'm not familiar with your story. I'm not familiar with the viral moment. I'm not familiar with anything. And I'm meeting you for the first time where you are. And so as you think about where you are and what it is that you're going through in your life right now, how can somebody who does the work that I do, how can I serve you tonight?
I think that, I don't think, my therapist has definitely told me that I have post-traumatic stress disorder from these events. And I've kind of taken on a shape or this feeling of, I just never think that I can trust a man again because of, if my own children's father, their biological father, the man that, made them, would do this, then who can I trust? And I told a woman this the other day, and she said, that spirit that's been following you and your family, that generational curse, that spirit that's in charge of that generational curse, it doesn't want you to be married. And it hit home so much to me. And how do I heal? How do I heal?
Well, tell me, how have you decided that because I was in a relationship with one man who did unthinkable, unspeakable things to me, how have you decided that he is a representation of all men? And that somehow that now means that you could never trust another man when you're even sitting with two men being trustworthy tonight, sharing your story, and all the other people who are supporting you in the chat tonight? Tell me about this idea of I can never trust an entire gender ever again.
It's not about that I believe I can't, it's that I just don't know if I can take the chance. That's it. I just feel like I can't take the chance.
How is that different? It's not that I can't, I just can't take the chance. So that says then it's not that I don't trust all men, it's that you don't trust yourself at this point.
Exactly. Because my husband appeared to be such a good dad. And I just would have
All right. So what she's explaining is just a trauma response. And what she has to realize is that how she feels is normal. When situations like that, a bad breakup, that type of situation, even an actual physical abuse situation to your, where you're the actual victim of domestic violence and something like that, one of the biggest things that those individuals deal with, that PTSD that those individuals deal with, those scenarios, is that you tend to lose the trust in your judgment. right? That's one of the biggest things that's going to go, right? Because you accepted that relationship, like, you allowed that person to have access to you. And then now when that person abused that access, of course, the first thing you're going to do is blame yourself. Of course, the first thing you're going to do is judge yourself. You're going to judge yourself. You're going to be your self-worst critic about what happens to you, right? So what she's experiencing or what she's saying is quite normal. Most people, when they get hurt, they say, okay, I'm not going to let that person hurt me anymore. And I refuse to allow myself to get hurt again. So that is the trauma response to things that's like that. That's where you start to build the wall. However, in her situation with her, and I guess later on, when this doctor starts speaking to her and she starts to dabble more into her psyche in a way as she thought, my opinion of it, from everything that we was listening for, from the beginning to the end, I definitely feel that she suffers from the Cinderella complex, and she's not willing to admit that she sought that type of relationship, and the only thing that she's mad that she didn't get the result that she wanted. And I'm not trying to say that the result is the abuse of her children, right? That's not a result. Like, nobody should have that should happen to no children and anything, and nothing. Like, that's how I feel, right? But the simple fact is that she harped on the fact that she wanted to be married. She harped on the fact that she wanted to live a certain lifestyle. She harped on the fact that she was looking for a father for her sons, right? And the way how she painted this whole picture, that everything was a prayer situation. She prayed for this, she prayed for that, she prayed for this, and she quote unquote said that she waited for the answers. And she quote unquote made it seem that God gave her the answer. It was a big shiny light that was on her head, that God said, hey, here's your sign to let you know that this is your husband, and this is the person who's going to love you and take care of you and treat you the way that you want to. And she made a stand upon it. Oh, he's so religious. He's so religious. He's such a God-fearing man, such a God-fearing man. But then yet you also explain where while in this marriage, he was doing things that did not seem very godly, especially to you in the bedroom. But yet you still stayed. And then it didn't make it any better when you said that afterwards, with the whole gaslight and the manipulating, is after the deed was done, after you was violated, he will come and now show tender loving and care and comfort you and hug you. And then in the morning, he said, we're all going to go out and we're going to go shopping, and you're going to get a brand new this, and the kids are going to get a brand new that. So in a way, you identify that he was buying your silence and you being compliant. He was able to buy your silence, by you not leaving, by you keeping quiet, by your children, for all that. You set up that environment that it was okay to sexually abuse you, as long as I get a gift after and an apology after. And if my kids can get gifts, then that's it. And then in your mind, you thought that I'm willing to take that consequence, that the lifestyle that I'm going to live with this for me, that I want, that I have to live with this man. I have to take that type of, I have to take that type of a situation in the bedroom, right? You made that choice for yourself, for that lifestyle, for that man to fund your lifestyle. But what hurts you inside is that your children never signed up for that. Your children, even the children that he made, they never signed on no dotted line that they also has to endure being treated that way for them to have that type of lifestyle. And you thought that if it was only happening to you, then it's fine. That's my consequence. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to tough it out because I don't care. I really want this type of lifestyle. But then you realize that you said from the beginning that your kids come with you. Your kids come with you in the situation, in the plan. So that means that you signed on the dotted line for them to be violated the way that you're accepting to be violated because you want this type of lifestyle. And I think that that's what's giving her the trauma. That's what's giving her the PTSD. And that's why she's continually trying to paint herself as such a high virtuous woman, a Proverbs 31 woman. Guess what? A Proverbs 31 woman worked, darling. You didn't even want to work. Let's get into it.
Never, ever, ever expected him to do this. So it may be my own judgment, it may be my own trauma, and I just feel maybe I don't trust myself to ever be with a man again. And people talk about hypervigilance, and I was always a hypervigilant mom. He knew that he had to be the sneakiest of sneaky because I was always watching. So to me, how can I even rationalize what has happened to even think about ever wanting to move on again?
So when you say, I don't trust myself or my judgment ever again, what is it that you're not trusting not to happen?
I'm just scared. I'm just scared. That's all. I'm just scared.
Scared that what?
Someone could appear to be someone that they're not.
And what would happen if that's the case?
Lives could be ruined.
When you say, I'm just scared that lives can be ruined, what is the story that you are telling yourself that causes you to then conclude as a choice, I'll simply never trust again? You're giving these little snapshots, but you're not telling the whole story. And I'm curious about this story.
I think I keep blaming myself and saying, how could I have missed this? How could I have missed this? How could I have missed this? It repeats over and over. How could I have missed?
No, ma'am. That's not what you're doing, Isis. That's not what you're doing. You're beating yourself up because you're saying, why did I allow this? Why did I allow this? Why did I brush this over? Why did I turn the other cheek? That's what you're saying, not how did I miss this? There's no way in the world you could have missed this if, in fact, you are the first victim of this with this said individual. Allegedly, if you're the first victim and your children, his children, are the secondary victims to the same act, then it's not about how did I miss this. It's how did I turn the other cheek? Why didn't I do something about it? Those are the words that you're actually truly saying to yourself. And I bet you the doctor is going to realize that's what she really means.
This. And it's just a very scary thought that I just don't want to have to ever have again in any other situation.
So when you ask yourself the question, how could I have missed this? Is the fear that as I go forward, I will miss things again?
I just am not interested in wanting to find out. Unfortunately, and I know with my therapist, she said it's going to take time to heal, and I need you to understand that all men are not predators, and this is just your PTSD speaking right now. So you guys are seeing me real and raw, unhealed. Completely. We're all still healing. We're all in therapy, family therapy, individual therapy. We're doing all the things. But, this is just me right now. This is my truth right now today. And I'm just here sharing it.
Yeah. And my heart goes out to you and the family. I think that you're doing all of the right things, and it may take a very long time. And I want you to know that healing does not mean that you will ever forget. But the thing that becomes important is that as you are moving forward in your healing, that you don't tell yourself a story that stops you from finding the healing that goes along with this. Because right now, because one person that you were married to did heinous, heinous things, now you will block yourself in that space. But you're not telling yourself, I'll never have friends again.
Yeah.
You're not telling yourself that we'll never play with cousins again. You're not telling yourself that I don't have to worry about anybody else anywhere in the world. You have decided that one man who sat in the place of a spouse is somehow in a position that now makes you decide that only a spouse is who I need to be careful of. Only a spouse is who I need to be watchful for. And what I want you to understand is it wasn't about the role that he played, it was about the man that he was. And so as you are in your healing journey, what I want you to be able to learn is about how do you protect yourself and your children and your community from predators.
Well,
Not every man is a predator. Not every woman is a predator.
I do understand, and that has been a part of my healing journey, is reading different books. I ordered Father-Daughter Incest by Judith Lewis Herman, I believe is her name. How to Keep Kids Safe. I forget the author, but I'm trying to figure out how I can use my platform to help women.
How to keep kids safe. Okay, let's see. Well, how to keep kids safe. How about we start with don't allow your children around fucking strangers. That's number one. How about we do that, right? That's number one, okay? How about that? How about number two? How about not look for fucking strangers to fucking foot the fucking bill for fucking children that you had? How about that? That's number two, right? That's number two, okay? How about, I don't know, don't move your children into fucking people that you don't even fucking know. How about that? That's number three. How about number four? Don't have children with someone who's showing signs of being being grapey, because they end up graping you. How about that? That's number four. Let's try another one, right? And here's the thing. Number five, how about not turning a blind eye, right? How about that? Okay? Like, these are five things that ISIS could have had done that could have had prevented her daughters, those happening to her daughters. And if she would have did those five things, the reason why those things wouldn't have happened to her daughters is because those daughters would not be the biological father to that man if you would have had thought about those five things. How about that? Okay? How about that? If you wasn't so much in a rush to try to hurry up and snatch a high earning man so you didn't have to go back to work to be a single mother with two kids from two different fathers, then maybe, just maybe, you wouldn't have been dealing with a monster, a predator who wanted to find a woman who he can marry, who he can violate, and he felt that he wouldn't get in trouble if he's violating his own blood, aka his own children. Now, again, I'm not blaming her, because a monster is a fucking monster. But let's just be perfectly clear that you put your children, your sons, the ones that you're talking about, my sons, you even put them in danger. What if he wasn't a man who just only liked little girls or females? What if he's a predator who likes to prey on anyone? Your boys, your sons, who are children of other men, were in danger. You put them in danger not once, but twice. You put them in danger twice. You hurry up and you moved your sons in homes with complete strangers, with men that you didn't even know. You married a man that you didn't even know that he was married 4 times. You married a man that you didn't know he was married 4 times. How all this technology out here, the simple fact that you even had to go down to the court and get a marriage certificate, which means he had to show ID, Social Security, and all that, or SSI, or your SSN number, to even file for a marriage certificate. And you mean to tell me that you couldn't find out whether or not if he was married 4 times before you? How about you didn't care? You didn't care to know that he was married 4 times. You didn't care. You're not telling the truth. You did not care to know that he was married 4 times. I do not, or I don't know. I don't know whether or not if I believe her that she didn't know. Because she explained a story earlier where she said that this girl, or this somewhat younger girl, showed up on their doorstep. And she said that was the first red flag. That was the first red flag. And then she proceeded to tell us the story about how the mother-in-law slipped up and let her know that he was married 4 times. I'm not really sure, I'm not really sure that she's not telling the truth. There's a lot of things she's not telling the truth. And the doctor, she sees it. She's not telling the truth. She's withholding some information, and she's withholding things that she feels that is going to make her look bad. That's what she's withholding. She only gives out the things that makes her look like a victim and that she didn't know, and all the other things that made her look like she is a culprit, that she turned the blind eye, that she turned the cheek and act like she didn't see it. Those are the things that she's withholding. And you can hear it in the way how she's talking, the way how she's expressing herself. She's trying to make herself seem highly naive, highly gullible, and highly clueless, but clearly it's really not working. It's not working. That's not what people see when they see you. They don't see this highly gullible, clueless woman. How could you when you literally are known to go to a content creator who's all about strategy? You went to go get advice on strategy so you can become more strategic. But you really want us to believe that you're this super gullible individual. No, you're not. You're not, Miss Isis. It doesn't work. It does not correlate. You're not. You're strategic. You're very strategic indeed.
Never have to go through something like this. And I recommend that, honestly, women need to have surveillance in general on their children. And like I said, I don't know if that's just my PTSD speaking, but we just have to be very watchful because there are predators and they always look like the good guy most of the time.
Well, and when we talk about predators, what I want people to understand is that predators are not just men. Unfortunately, women can commit these kinds of acts as well.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to exclude that.
No. So right now what I want to do is just kind of educate the audience. You are going through some excellent therapy, so you are finding the healing that you need. And what is important is that we learn as a community how to become stewards and protectors of our children. The reality is that 1 in 4 girls and an estimated 1 in 7 boys will deal with sexual molestation before the age of 18. So the numbers are staggering. The number of people who are in this chat tonight who have experienced some form of sexual abuse before they were 18 years old is staggering. And that means so many people have not been treated for the post-traumatic stress disorder, for the depression, for the anxiety, and all of the other issues that come as a result of child sexual abuse.
Yes.
And when we talk about this, we also have to recognize, as you are hearing this story tonight, that it's not about Chester, the child molester. It's not about the strange van or the stranger in the neighborhood. 90% of victims know their abusers, and they are family members, they are friends, they are individuals who are stewards of children. And until we become very educated about what it means for predators to seek out and get access to their prey, and what makes people have the potential to be victims, we will not know how to adequately protect our children nor ourselves. And that is the takeaway that I really want everybody to understand tonight.
Thank you.
There you have it. Dr. Spirit, I appreciate you for coming up here in such absolute short notice.
Yes. Thank you.
And, you know, just talking, you know, to our sister here, because, I mean, this is a touchy situation. I wanted, you know, obviously, you know, we asking questions, and we're getting her story, her testimony, but I wanted somebody to be able to give her some insight. You know, especially, I mean, it's babies involved, you know, in the situation, families involved. In fact, the world is involved, you know, at this point.
Well, and I want to know if you all have questions. One of the populations that I have worked with over the years have been convicted sex offenders. And so I have had an inside understanding in the minds of individuals who have behaved in such ways. And I'm curious whether it is this young lady that you guys are speaking with tonight, or if it's members in your chat who may have had questions about how do they protect themselves, how do they protect their communities, what is it that people need to know in order for us to not only heal each other, but in order to make sure that there are no more victims among those that we love.
Yes. Please share with us any knowledge that you have is helpful, not only to myself, but to everyone.
And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to drop the link in the chat so we can come up, so the audience can come up and join Dr. Spirit up here.
Absolutely, y'all. So go ahead. It's about that time. Dr. Spirit, we got your time tonight. I know it's nice and late. You going to rock with us here tonight?
I'm gonna rock with you for a few minutes. I'll give you a good 20, 30 minutes. Come on.
There you go. We got about a good 20, 30. So y'all get some free therapy. I think Dr. Spirit is like 3 years back rolled right now. If you're trying to get some real therapy from Dr. Spirit.
We'll take it. Thank
so
you,
we're
ma'am.
Go ahead and we'll get a light 30 minutes in. So Ryan is dropping the link in the chat. And what we're gonna do is you guys can head backstage when you want to join, and we'll bring you guys right on up. All right.
And I think it's quite a bit we can speak about. And I know, you even, getting into the relationship with your husband, it was fairly quickly, and it was something that she was really, really looking forward to.
Yeah.
And, it was so many messages that I passed from our family, some good, some not so good. And then the messages that I passed through media. I think a lot of us can go out and look for love, and we don't always find the fairy tale, picture and kind of how things are set up. So I think it's just so much to learn from your story. So guys, please call in. I'm dropping the link in the chat now. We got the awesome, the honorable, the most lit Dr. Spirit joining us, and she's ready to drop a ton of game on y'all. So please call in, and we're gonna bring you up one by one.
Absolutely, Lano. So do we got some people backstage that we could go ahead and start rolling up? And please, by the way, if you're backstage, put your cameras on, guys.
Yes.
We will not let you up if your cameras are not on. So put your cameras on, and we'll have you come up. We just ask that you guys be respectful in this time so we can conduct a productive conversation. But we're going to let the people come up now. Who we got backstage, Lano?
We got Darwin backstage.
Okay, go ahead and bring my brother up. Darwin, what's up with you, brother? Brother, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What's up with you, brother? If you can't, I got your name. Can you give me your age and your location?
Age is 38, Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. What's
ATL.
up with ATL here? So what's your question for us tonight, Darwin?
My question is, I noticed the woman said she saw the signs. So if you see the signs before your kids come into a picture, how much is this self-inflicted? Because me looking from that.
I said I didn't see the signs until after we were married already, so we were already invested as a family at that point.
What I'm hearing is that your kids, you had kids after you got married, right?
Yes.
So you said in the beginning of the marriage, I think in another video or maybe even a day, you said in the beginning of your marriage, he was pretty much sexually violating you. So what I'm seeing is that you knew that this man was offensive or abusive, but then you went on ahead and had kids with him. So that means that, for me, you put your kids in danger.
I think that that's the narrative that you want to put on the situation, but that's not the reality of what it was. And like I said, I was very heavily manipulated by scripture. He, would use it. He would gaslight me, and I, after I hadn't even had, I don't even know if I was pregnant yet after the last time it happened. So, in every other way, he was a good man. I didn't think that it was worth throwing my family away, or the family that we were trying to create, because he had done those things. And unfortunately, I didn't realize that that would mean that he would go on to abuse his own children. I don't know how someone would correlate the two. But that's just my opinion.
Now, Darwin, I want you to hold tight, because I think that was a valid concern. I think a lot of men feel that way. I mean, you could read through the comments of the video that went viral. A lot of
Man, listen. Okay, so what he said was valid, right? We outside of him just trying to take a shot at women's ideology of things, because we just have to be real, all right? This is what men do. When they have these conversations, a lot of these men are not having a conversation to actually really understand. They're literally having the conversation just to pick at women's ideology of things and the way how they think, and to show how illogical it is in how we think in general. This is their main reasons why they participate in this these conversations. So we're going to just leave that there. But he did make a valid point, because she just admitted that even after the last time, she didn't even have her last child. You went through 2 children before the last time he sexually assaulted you. And even in that miss, you still didn't think that he was capable of doing anything to the kids. But even though he is showing signs of being dangerous, he's showing signs of being dangerous. If you're sitting up there having to fight him off of you, and then you said that he was manipulating you with scriptures. There's nothing in the scriptures where they're actually condoning grape. There's nothing in there. What men have done is take the scriptures and rewrite them as if grape is acceptable. But there's nothing in the scriptures that says, yes, it's okay to grape your wife. Is that even when it says that your body is not your own, your body belongs to your husband, that does not permit grape. It doesn't. But when men use that, they use it as is, I can take it whenever I want to. That's men putting that on the scriptures. That's not God. God would never condone grape. If he condoned grape, then he would never condone the unification between men and women to serve him. Like, the marriage was to spiritually bind them in the union, and that is under God. That is the merging that was supposed to bring them together under God. So why would God promote grape, but then he also is instructing you in his books to combine under marriage? Do that make sense? Do that make sense? And it will be these fake Bible thumpers who likes to read the scriptures, and they take out parts that they want to manipulate and use on people. But he did bring up a great point. At what point did this lady believe that this man was dangerous? And what it seems like, she never believed that this man was dangerous. She's saying that she's saying that she knew that he was being manipulated. So you knew you was being manipulated. You knew that he was trying to buy your silence. And you did nothing. You stayed. You stayed and you accepted it. You just felt like, well, as long as he doesn't do it I know he won't do it to the kids. I know he wouldn't hurt his own kids. So if this is what my consequence is for me to live the life that I want and to me to get a Prada bag the next day, then I'm willing to accept it. I think it's a fair question for him to ask. And I'm glad that he did ask it, because we just have to call it for what it is. We have to call it for what it is. But let's go on.
Men have this perception of what they think victimhood should look like. So Dr. Spirit, I want to get your help here, because for the people who are posing this types of question, hey, if you've already experienced this abuse, or you've already experienced some of these negative things, how could you continue to move forward in a relationship? Dr. Spirit, could you give us some context on why someone who has been victimized may continue to continue with the relationship?
Because oftentimes a victim believes that it's something that is unique to them. They don't believe that the person that they love would consider doing more heinous things. Oftentimes they think that that's something that's specific to their relationship. So again, I don't know the story here, I don't know the backstory. But when we're talking about a victim of abuse, they don't necessarily think if I have children with someone, they will abuse someone too. And I want you to remember this, because it's very easy to sit back and judge somebody when you have a healthy mind in a space that is absent of trauma. When you are caught in a cycle, the way that you see things, the way that you feel about things, the way that your brain operates is very different. So that may be also why you're hearing how she was perceiving relationships before she had therapeutic support and how she's perceiving those things now. Mm-hmm. And so I just want you guys to be very careful. It is very hard to understand what victims go through if you have never been a victim yourself. But one of the things that most victims will tell you on the other side of healing is that nobody is judging or critiquing them more, and nobody is suffering more than the victims who are going through the experience.
Well,
so asking questions are important, but asking them from a place of objectivity is even more important.
Well, the reason
Darwin, we're gonna let you close out here so we can get to the other callers. But go ahead, brother.
The reason why I frame my question like that is because she believes in what I believe in. I believe in God. So she gave me a way to hold her accountable when she start saying God this and God that. And if you read the word, you would know that sexual immorality or physical abuse or anything like that is pretty much grounds for divorce. And that supersedes any type of gaslighting or emotional manipulation. If she's so grounded in the word and scripture, that actually supersedes any of the other offenses this man put towards her. And that's the reason why I frame my question like that. Because if we're going to call ourselves spiritually driven.
Now, I'm not sure, but I think this is the same man that I had an argument with on Lapeef's show. And it was literally about this topic. If that's the same man that it is. This is the same man who said that his wife don't get no say-so. His wife body belongs to him. And when he wants it, that it needs to be available for him. If this is the same guy, and if this is the same guy, this is also the same man that I told him, if your wife wanted your booty hole, and since your body belongs to her too, are you giving it up? Are you questioning? Are you telling her no? And he got offended when I said that. Oh, because he understood how no means no when it comes down to your comfortability if your booty hole was up for question. But you don't hear that when it was your wife, when you was talking about she needs to flip over and make herself accessible to you at any given time. And I find it quite funny and ironic how now he's trying to hold the scriptures to this woman, Isis, about how things of morally infidelity is one of the reasons why you can get a divorce, when you had an argument with me a month ago, how you was also using the scriptures to say it's your wife's duty to not deny you because her body is not hers. Do you see how these men move? And they think that people don't remember. They think people don't remember. They think that people forgot. I bet you this is the same guy. It looks exactly like the same guy that I argued with on LaPeace panel months ago about the same topic. Because he was making it, he was saying, his wife cannot deny him. His wife can't deny him at all. Something needs to happen. She needs to do some sucky, some 5-hand discount, or something needs to happen. His wife cannot deny him. This is what he said. And I brought up the fact, okay, since if your wife's body belongs to you and your body belongs to her, that means that booty hole is up for grabs too, right? And he got so offended. He went in so defense. He said, are you trying to play me? I feel like you being disrespectful. And I'm like, listen, I'm not talking about what you do in your marital bed. I don't care what you do behind the doors, but I'm just saying, does that also include your booty hole? Is your booty hole up for grabs too? Just like how you talk about your wife, that her body is up for grabs. And that's the thing about these type of particular men, because the way how they even talk about they said wives when they're having these conversations is filled with so much disrespect. It's filled with so much disrespect. I don't understand how they believe that they're respecting their wives when they have conversations about what they do with their wife and stuff. They make it seem like she's an object, that she doesn't get no say so, and that you can literally fling her there and everything is fine. You don't talk about your wife as a person. You don't talk about her as she loves her. You talk about her like a freaking appliance, a sex appliance. There is no denying me. She better figure something out. I don't care if she's tired. I bet you that is that guy, because he looks quite familiar.
And backed by biblical principles, started as my son in background. We have to be unwavering. We have to be unwavering. And that's the only reason why I frame my question like that. But my sorrows goes out to you. I hope that you can heal from this. And I appreciate you, Dr. Spirit, for talking to the lady.
I appreciate you as well. And please understand, for everybody that may be in the chat tonight, I want you to understand that it's not about defending anybody. It's not about debating anybody. The only thing that I want to do is offer as much clarity as possible, because I want us all to be our best selves. And I wish that more pastors had Darwin's perspective. I wish that more church members had that perspective that says be unwavering in support of victims, because most folks who are working with church folks who are being wounded by their partners, who are being wounded by their spouses, who are being wounded by family members, if we were unwavering in abuse and we protected and stood up for one another, we wouldn't have victims stand in situations trying to take it to prayer closets, praying it away, acting like it doesn't matter, being ashamed, and keeping that trauma a secret. So here for healthy, however we have to find it.
Absolutely. And thanks so much, Darwin, for joining.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Let's get the next one up here. We got a young lady coming up here. What's her name? Ayana, what's up with you, sister? How you doing?
Well, this is like such a sad story, just in general. So I first wanted to say I'm so sorry to Isis that you even had this experience. I wouldn't wish this type of thing on anybody. My question is, in hindsight, is there any like small signs that now seem like they were a bigger thing? Like, is there anything that you can think back on possibly that maybe now you're like, oh my gosh, that might have been a signal that this person was an evil monster?
The signs were very, very small and covert, to be honest. When I think back, little things, sometimes my daughter, it appeared that her and my husband, or both of my daughters and my husband, had a very good relationship. But sometimes she would come when we were sitting together and she would say, "Mommy, I love you the most." And she would only say it when he was around. So sometimes little signs like that, it's not always a red flag at the time, but now in hindsight, I'm like, was she just trying to tell me that she didn't feel safe around him?
Wow. Now, Dr. Spirit, I do want you to chime in on this, because Isis did mention about, her spouse also being controlling as well. So what are some things that the ladies and also, guys should look for when it comes to identifying if a partner may, eventually become controlling or manipulative?
Well, there's a difference between controlling and manipulative and sexual abuse. So I want us to be very clear on that.
Got you.
And so when we're talking about how do we protect children from sexual abuse, one of the things that we have to let them know is that we are unwavering in our protection of them. And as much as we love our spouses, their mommies or their daddies, we don't love anybody and won't protect anybody more than we will protect them.
Amen.
And if they ever have something to tell us, we will believe them.
Amen.
So it's important for us to have.
You are 100% correct, Miss Dr. Spirit. But I'm gonna tell you, in this space, in this social media platform, in fact, they tell women the opposite. In fact, in this space, they tell women that you're supposed to be focused on your husband, and your husband's supposed to come before your children. They tell you this in this space. Your husband comes before your children. They had a whole person who we won't name, but he's not here anymore. He had a whole person who had a live stream telling a woman that she shouldn't believe her daughter if her boyfriend came up there and said that he touched her or violated her. He told that woman, he instructed that woman not to listen to that girl and to think that that girl wants to just destroy your relationship and all that. So this is what this space does, Miss Dr. Spirit. This space tells women that they should not protect their children with the utmost with everything in their body and in fiber. In fact, they're supposed to question and challenge their children instead of looking at their children as a victim first. Question them first, see if you can get them to change whatever they say and stuff. And in fact, they say if it's a boyfriend, a partner, a husband, whatever, not, you supposed to give that person the benefit of the doubt first. You're supposed to give that person the benefit of the doubt first and question your child who could potentially be a victim. In this space, they actually advocate for victims to be questioned, judged, and challenged without help. And unless they can prove that they are actually a victim, then the person who is brought up on any forms of charges, the perp, he's the one who gets all the protection. On these social media platforms, The perp is the one who's protected. The predator is the one who's protected. He is the one who gets first dibs of coverage. We make the victims have to prove that they're victims. And then we downplay or we degrade what happened to them on the premise of what did they do or what they did not do to not prevent them to be a victim. Now it's never about the act anymore. It's about what did this person not do or what did they do to make themselves a victim. And if they didn't do this, they wouldn't be a victim. And if they didn't do that, they wouldn't be a victim. This is what we do in this space. So everything that Dr. Spirit is saying, it makes perfect sense for someone who's really a protector. Perfect sense for someone who really wants to remove the bad element and not have any child or anyone experience this. You make perfect sense, Dr. Spirit, but not in this space, not in this social media platform. Here is we need to judge and challenge the victim as into why they became a victim. The perp is always going to be a perp. But you, however, you did something wrong, and that's why you was a victim of the perp.
Those kinds of conversations with our children. It's important for us to use the right language about their body parts and about privacy. And especially to your point, Ryan, when you're talking about control, you want to make sure that children know that nobody has control over their bodies except for them. So not mommy, not daddy, and no one has the right to touch your penis. We don't call it a pecker or a Johnny or a Johnson. We call it a penis. We don't call a vagina a pocketbook or cookies or cupcake or anything else fun. We call it a vagina. We talk about breasts. We talk about having privacy and being able to cover up. We talk about you being able to take care of your private areas, and that if anybody touches you in ways that makes you feel uncomfortable, you can come and talk to me about it, and I will believe you, and no one will be in trouble in ways that will hurt you. And so we have to be emphatic about those conversations. We have to periodically ask our children, has anyone said anything to you that has made you feel uncomfortable? Has anybody asked you to keep secrets from mommy or from daddy and not tell us? Has anybody said that they want to do things to you or have done things to you and they tell you that if you tell, they will hurt me or they will hurt daddy? We have to learn how to be able to ask the right questions, because predators not only know how to scare our children, how to isolate our children, but also they know how to make our children have affection and care and regard for them. So even though they may feel uncomfortable, they may feel more uncomfortable telling on that individual. And so that's why we have to learn how to take care of our children and let them know that nobody has the right to make them feel uncomfortable or do things to them that are outside of your purview as their parent.
One thing I do want to say, Dr. Spirit, is that these type of conversations are conversations I have with all of my kids, just as a woman who has been a survivor of CSA. And I did use the language, mommy and daddy. Only mommy and daddy can clean you, only mommy and daddy. But now in hindsight, I just wish I would have said mommy. And that's the sad thing. And I know that that's not going to be every woman's story, thank God, but
I think something else that's very important that we talk about tonight is as you talk about healing and mentioning being a survivor of CSA, it is so important that we recognize that when we are dealing with sexual abuse, no matter what age we experience it at, It increases our risk for being abused in sexual ways and physical ways and emotional ways as we get older. So I want to make people aware of that tonight, because if there is anyone who is a victim of any form of abuse, especially in their childhood, who is having relationship problems over and over and over, choosing narcissistic partners, choosing people who abuse them in relationships over and over, please recognize that that may be a function of your illness needing treatment so that you can change that cycle of abuse. Okay, it's very important, and I'm glad that you shared that.
Thank you for that, Dr. Spirit. And thank you so much, Ayana, for that question. Was that all you had, sister?
Okay, just one more thing. I'll make it fast. I just also wanted to say, like, I guess like I don't want to use the word like thank you, but like a thank you to ISIS for listening to your children, because there are a lot of parents, unfortunately, we like to think that parents are protectors and things, but not all parents are like that. So just thank you to you for listening to your daughters and taking action rather than just taking the lifestyle and letting them continue to be in that experience. And I know some people are like, why are you putting it out there? But I feel like part of the problem is we don't talk about it enough. It's like what stays in the house happens in the house and don't talk about it. But is that to protect the predators? Is that enabling the people that are hurting our children? So I just hope you continue sharing your story, and because you are making a difference in people's lives, and people will say what they want to say, but only you know what's right for your family and your children. And as soon as you heard something, you did something and you acted. And I just think that that's a testament to you as a person. So that's all I wanted to say.
Well, I appreciate your thank you. But honestly, to me, what other decision would a good mother make? I come from a line of fierce protective women, unfortunately, that have had to be victims as well. But my mother believed me. Her mother believed her. There's no other way to do it. In my opinion, shame on any mother that would discount such a serious allegation. Shame.
Ayana, thank you so much for coming up here, sweetheart. Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring the next call. I'm going to bring a couple more callers up here. You know, as we got Dr. Spirit here live with us. Isis Morales here is also joining us. The next caller we have here, it looks like we have Brianna on the stage here. Welcome, Brianna, the Hardly Initiated. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you all?
We're doing
I'm
good,
blessed.
Brianna.
I'm blessed. Give me your age and your location.
So I'm 23, and right now I'm in Michigan.
23 years old.
Wow.
There you go.
Young initiate.
Got the young bull on. What's your question?
So my question, I guess, would be with the platform of Me Too and the significance of really platforming your experience of like grave trauma, especially in the midst of healing with what you seem to experience, which is PTSD. And then also just coming to terms with the fact that you're probably also simultaneously dealing with a case. My question would be, what are the psychological implications of platforming your experience? How do you navigate the backlash that comes with sharing your experience? Because like even reading the chat, like it's been like typed before it even like got live. So my thing is like, how do you steward that type of platform in a way that's going to bring you peace ultimately?
My peace comes from God, because he's the one that's leading my steps, and that's been my prayer every day. God, lead my steps. And I felt like God wouldn't let me move forward in life until I spoke my truth, because it's just been swept under the rug for so long, you know, generationally. And this isn't something that's just affecting my own family. This is affecting more families than we know. And it was important to share, especially in the wake of the Menendez brothers case and just all that's going on in the world with, you know, all these predators being exposed. And Cat Williams was very prophetic when he said that this is the year. Time is up. This is the year. And I knew I had to say something.
So I want to, you know, it's
Great question, Brianna.
Yeah, great question, Brianna. Really, really great question, because this is a unique situation, Dr. Spirit. You know, this ISIS has, you know, put out a testimony video that got 2.5 million views, something around at this point. So, I mean, she's being inundated, I can imagine, with probably emails, comments, DMs,
phone calls, everything.
Phone calls.
People
family,
just,
people
yeah.
from elementary school, anybody.
Oh my gosh, it's just been crazy.
And I can imagine it's all types of emotions, right? You got the people who are reaching out with love and support, and you got the other people who are pissed off, who are probably, calling you a liar, telling you that all these different things are happening.
Where's the accountability? So for everything.
Yeah.
100%. So, I mean, that's a unique situation, Dr. Spirit, to kind of be dealing with that whirlwind, of other people being involved in your business at this point, and you're a content creator. So the thing about it is that is your job, because you put them in your business as a coach because you were really helping these ladies. So you almost had a responsibility to tell them these other things and involve them in your advancement. But this is a different level of trauma, and just energy even coming your way at this point. Dr. Spirit, what do you say to somebody going through something like that in that type of space?
Well, as I'm listening to you guys, I'm learning more and more. And for me, it's concerning, because it's very hard to help people when you are experiencing so much trauma. And so as you are out here telling your story in a way that you are still unpacking it, in a way that you're still trying to process it in therapy, in a way that you're still trying to make sense of it and heal it, I don't know what type of coaching that you do, and I don't know how you are able to navigate actual healing while experiencing trauma on trauma. I mean, that tells me a little bit maybe more about your presentation, because I can hear it. It sounds like you're choking back tears constantly. But then your face and your affect doesn't show me, and maybe it's, I don't have my glasses on, so, I can't
I'm
see.
trying to keep it together.
So there's like so many different things that are happening that I would
Not Dr. Spirit calling out the hypocrisy. Not Dr. Spirit calling out the acting that she's doing. Oh my God. That is crazy. That is crazy. That was really, really, hold on. I have to play my little video again. That was crazy. Oh my God. No. I don't think that she made it up, Ona. What she's doing is she is not being truthful as much of her involvement. She's trying to make herself seem as she's like fully 100% a victim. And in fact, she's not really fully a victim. Her children were in danger. She put her children in danger from the beginning. She got married to a man that she did not know within 2 weeks. She explained the story that she had just gotten out of a relationship with another man that she moved her sons in with, and while they're in the process of going ring shopping, he decided to say that he has an issue with her sons being young children and not infants. So she literally jumped out of a relationship, went home, and jumped right back into a relationship and married a person or someone online. And then she's trying to play like she is some virtuous woman. She's some very spiritual, biblical woman. And that's why she keeps on leading with the God this and the God that. But a lot of her actions doesn't show that she follows the scriptures. A lot of her actions show that she is not a Proverbs 31 woman. Okay. You put your children in danger numerous of times. I'm talking about her sons first. You put your sons in danger not once, but twice by moving your sons into homes with complete men who are not their fathers, and they were strangers. You didn't really even know them, right? Then you tell us the story about you being about marital rape with the man that you married. And even in the process, you said after the last child that you had with him, that wasn't even the last time that you had marital rape. So you already had experienced marital rape not once, not twice, but literally 3 times by the time you got to the last child that you had with him. And you still didn't do anything. You thought that your children wouldn't be subjugated to that type of abuse because you thought that you was the only one, quote unquote, being abused. And as long as your husband said, I'm sorry afterwards, and went and bought you a new perch or a new Prada bag or bought gifts to the kids, everything was okay. And then now she's doing everything while she's talking to everybody, right? She's sitting up there with no emotions in her face. You remember when I told you about psychopaths? How their feelings are mundane, how their feelings just stay one level, it never changes, it never go ups, it never goes down. It's only sociopaths that are very volatile. Sociopaths' emotions go ranges high, super up, and it goes and it can shoot down, super down. The doctor just realized that she's reading her body language, and her body language is not meshing with how she's acting, like she's choking up every single time that she has this conversation. Every single time there somebody says something, she's so hurt, but she doesn't see anything that's reading on her in her facial expressions or even her movements, her body movements. It doesn't give off it doesn't give off the same thing that she's trying to display with her voice, acting like she's cracking. And that's why I found it very funny, because now she's starting, because she's looking at her. That's her job as a doctor, as a psychologist. She is supposed to analyze her quote unquote patients. And one of the things that they listen to, they not only do psychologists listen to your mindset and how you perceive things, and they want to understand how you perceive things, they're also looking at your body language. They're also looking at your mannerisms. They're also looking at how careful you are with your words and why you are so careful with your words. Are you careful with your words because you want to make sure that people really understand what you're saying and not to misconstrue? Or are you careful with your words because you're hiding something?
Just say, at the end of the day, you don't owe anybody anything except for you and your children.
Yeah.
So while I think that it's wonderful that you are wanting to platform the story and give the story voice, I want you to recognize that there are millions of advocates around the world who are already doing the work around sexual violence. I want you to know that there are many folks who are telling the stories and serving to protect individuals and to sound the alarm about sexual abuse, about spousal rape, about sexual assault. And you don't have to use your platform, and you don't have to use your trauma in order to be able to stand in the gap for individuals if you know you still need to do your own work. And I want you to be very, very careful, because you will traumatize yourself in new ways, exposing yourself at a point in time when you are absolutely raw, when you don't have the answers, where you don't have the understanding, where you can't even make sense of it. So to put yourself out here, I don't know if it's a form of therapy for you. I don't know if you're just part of the generation where everybody says, look at my trauma, and everybody, we can just go through it together, and that helps me heal.
It's not that.
I'm not sure what it is.
It's not that at all.
But what I would say is, think about your wellness first.
Mm-hmm.
Think about.
There she is. There she is. There goes the narc. You see how the narc is starting to come out? She's not taking very well to what the doctor is saying. And now she's starting to get irritated. Now she's like, it's not that. 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 She's about to short circuit. And this is not funny, but she's literally about to short circuit because she's now getting she's getting really irate that the doctor is saying, hey ma'am, you're literally in your healing moment. You're nowhere near ready. You don't have all the answers. You're in your healing era. And she's telling her to be honest. If you're using this as a form of therapy, that's fine. Some people do use this as a form of therapy. We see it all the time, right? But if you're not using this for therapy and you don't have to do this, you know what I'm saying, to get your story out, because we do have people who are in a better state of mind, who have made it further in their healing journey, who can actually give fair and unbiased advice about these situations, that are out here doing the work. You can sit back and just focus on the healing of you and for your children. So she's wondering, what are you more concerned about? Are you more concerned about keeping your following? Are you more concerned of keeping staying viral or keeping your face known? You know, is that more of the concern than the actual healing process that you and your children have to go through? She is questioning her on that, because depending on who this lady therapist is, I'm quite sure that her therapist told her that she needs to stay off social media, stay off your platform, and focus on healing, and focus on healing with your children, right? Because you suffered PTSD, your children have suffered PTSD, as well as you both, all three of y'all have suffered from abuse. Y'all are traumatized. So a lot of that healing should be done literally offline, and that should be the main focus. And because she's telling her that she's really trying to understand, what type of healing are you really trying to get? Because you said that you have PTSD. So what healing are you really trying to get from this? You know, now that she's being questioned, you can see the narcissism starting to pop out. She's starting to get irritated. It's not that. It's not that. No, I'm not doing that for this. I'm not doing that for this. I mean, she already tried to paint the whole scenario earlier that she felt like this was a calling for God, and God wouldn't let her go on her healing journey until she told her story to the world, to let everybody know that this is happening, this is going on. And I tell you, sweetheart, we have heard millions of stories. We will continue to hear millions of stories. And even by you sharing your story, there will be another victim of this. The society that we live in, there will be more than one. And it will happen. It's been here before you, and it's going to be here after you. These are these cases where we are forever having to deal with this and address this and challenge this and have to make changes and go with the flow and make the changes to try to minimize it as much as possible. This has been a long fight. This is not a fight that just happened this year. Domestic violence, marital rape, sexual assault, even sexual harassment is a generational trauma that has happened in many communities, especially the disenfranchised communities, amongst family members and friends of the family, the touchy uncle at the cookout. This is something that has been going on for decades. Your situation is not really uncommon. There's a saying that women should know, is a saying is the there's a saying that happens online that people be saying how men of those certain type of standards, they sometimes they can abuse their wives or their significant others due to the money, that they feel that they can get away with things. They get, as long as they throw money at you, it's okay to do this, it's okay to do that. They've been always saying that. There's been these group of people who've been trying to say that, hey, these are the things you're going to have to deal with when you're dealing with a high value person. If you're even qualified to be with a high value man, that there's some consequences that should come from it. Like, but I mean, we all know that there's consequences when you come dealing with men anyway, right? Especially if you're dealing with the wrong type of man, and it doesn't matter what price tag or what bracket he's in, what his income level is. Dealing with a man, doesn't matter who he is and where he is and where he is and stationed in life, is always going to come to a risk for women, period. And that's any man. Any man comes with any forms of risk. And it's unfortunate, like, we can do our due diligence to make sure that we pick a decent person, make sure we pick someone who won't hurt us, make sure we pick someone who won't do this and this and that. But at the end of the day, it all depends on that individual if they want to be a decent human being. We can do our best, but it will always fall down to the individual who wants to be a decent human being. Period.
About your care first. And remember, you have plenty of time to be able to share your story and your healing and be effective with the world, but you have to take care of you first.
And what I want to say is I haven't uploaded any content since that video, and I have been taking care of myself and my children. That has been my main priority. But what I want people to really take from this, and why I really did this, is to be concerned about the time in between. And when I say the time in between the abuse happens and someone says something about it and tells the world or tells the family members, how many other children could be at stake in the time in between, even the 6 weeks in between, that I decided to share that story from the time that the abuse occurred. God would not let me move forward until I shared that story, because there's a good chance this man could be around kids. I mean, people were pulling his dating profiles. He was looking for the next whoever. It's the time in between that the children are being hurt, when people don't want to say anything. So I feel like I've had no other choice but to share this testimony, because it's not about me. God is just using me.
Okay, so here's my thing, right? So you know about his profile. So Jalen, you're correct. Jalen, I think it was Jalen and a couple other people in there said that he was already out on other dating profiles on dating apps, online dating apps already, trying to move on, trying to find his next victim or wherever. Now he was already back out to dating. My thing is, if it's been confirmed by what she says, allegedly, it's been confirmed that your children have been touched. The DNA samples have, I'm sure it has confirmed that the DNA samples has to be your estranged husband. So if that's the case, why isn't he in jail? Why isn't he in jail? I don't know what state they live in. I'm not sure. But even that, I'm just saying, like, why isn't he in jail? I'm sure, did everything come back from the kids? Did they find out the DNA is him? Because if the DNA is him, he should be locked up. He shouldn't be able to be on other dating apps, being able to, look and date and try to look and date other women. He shouldn't be. He should be locked up if they can prove that, the DNA comes back as, yeah, it's his DNA. So I don't understand, why isn't he in jail? And then again, like, on top of that too, yeah, he's in New Jersey. Yeah, I heard that. He's in New Jersey. Might have to take a visit. I'm just playing. Shotgun. I'm just playing. But anyway, no, seriously, why isn't he? She's in Baltimore. Okay. But seriously, why isn't he in jail? If she got the grape kits done, right? They should have the DNA already. It's been almost about 6 weeks. She's correct. So why isn't he in jail? Why is he? And then on top of that, why are you worried about his profile on online dating apps? You supposed to be healing. You supposed to be worrying about your children who are victim to such a horrible crime, but you're worrying about how many online dating apps he is. Now I can understand if people are sending that to you, right? And she did say that thousands of people be in her DMs and emails and all that stuff like that. So I mean, that's different. If that's how she's getting that information, okay, I can completely understand that. But the simple fact that you even bringing up that you see him you're seeing him on different type of online dating apps, is like, I have questions. I have serious questions. Let's go on.
It's not about me. It's never been about me. It's about everybody. It's about the fact that this is happening at an alarming rate. No one's talking about, I can't say no one's talking about it, but it's just not being pushed the way that it needs to, that children need to be protected more, and that you just have to really be aware. You know, you can't just be making certain decisions. It's just...
I'm curious, since you told your story, have any other alleged victims come forward?
Not that I've seen, no. But honestly, people know to keep their kids away from him, and that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me.
The reason why I'm asking, just so you all know and just so the audience knows, is that usually when we're talking about sexual predators, by the time a sexual predator is caught, they have often had many, many victims prior to. And so as we do sexual social histories, we really get into the cycle of abuse. There usually are decades worth of victims. So if he was just caught now, I would not be surprised. I was asking the question because I would not be surprised if other victims started to come forward.
I haven't seen anything.
That is very common in situations like this.
Wow.
But you know what? Victims are often shamed. And that, I don't know if you all remember even when Cassie came forward about how things Diddy was doing, and people said, oh, she's a liar. It took the video coming out for people to say, oh, well, maybe he was abusive. Maybe. People always victim shame. No one wants to come and talk about this stuff.
And to that point, I'm glad you made the point, because as soon as that happened, as you said, for years, listen to the trail of abuse that we're hearing in that story over decades. That's an excellent example of what we're talking about in alleged victims, because usually sexual abuse and these kinds of behaviors begin in childhood. Individuals test their limits. They don't just become full-blown, very aggressive, very cunning, conniving predators. They learn how to be that over time. They begin oftentimes with siblings or with cousins who are close in age, or with their younger siblings, friends when they have sleepovers. They do that with girlfriends in early adolescence. It is a progression that happens. And so I want everybody to recognize that it's not just for your story, Isis, but it's for people who are sitting at home thinking, I'm the only person that person tried this with. I'm the only person that was molested in my family. And as you talk about that intergenerational trauma, I hear you say that your mom suffered, that your grandmother suffered. So what we know is that there is a cycle of abuse, there is a cycle of victimhood, there is a cycle of behavior that unfortunately they did not get the help. They were not able to cover each other and ultimately then cover you. And so unfortunately now you and your children hopefully will be those legacy breakers so that your children's children don't suffer a similar fate.
I think that
we're
it's
not
deeper.
Dealing with 5 generations.
It's deeper than mental health. this is a spirit. This is a generational curse. This is deeper than therapy. Only God can fix this.
Well, I will have to leave you to your belief system. If that's the case, then that means that those who are sexual abusers will not be able to be helped.
That's not what I'm saying. I said
healed.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that in addition to that, you know, your faith has to be a part. I'm an advocate of therapy. I'm in therapy. I'm a big advocate of therapy. But what I'm saying is, for the decisions that my parents made to be chalked up to.
See, like I said, didn't I say? Like, it's coming out. You see it, Jay, right? You peeped it? You peep it? It's coming out now. She's not that, oh, I'm gonna cry every 3 minutes and 5 minutes and stuff like that. She's not like that anymore. Now she's getting, she's catching attitude. Now she's catching attitude. And she's not really even listening to the doctor. The doctor's not saying anything that I will believe to be defensive in a way. She's not blaming you. She's not blaming, she's not blaming anyone. She's literally, all the doctor has been saying this whole entire time is take care of yourself, do what you need to do, right? Heal. Be the, try, do whatever led you down that road, off of the traumas that you experienced, off of the traumas that you heard that your own mother experienced, whatever you need to do to make sure that you heal that, so you and your daughters can make sure that doesn't happen down your legacy. Do what you need to do. And also, she made a broad community alertment about things that we can possibly do to help minimize our children suffering this type of abuse and things like that. Again, she didn't say anything defensive, but yet you literally offended the doctor's profession. You literally did. She offended her, saying, oh, this is nothing that therapy and anything can do. This is only what God can do. And but then you say, oh, I'm not against that, but I have a therapist. It's like, okay, and we don't know if this is a trauma response, right? It could be a trauma response. She could be triggered, right? She could be triggered thinking that the doctor is trying to put her in a trick bag or sorts, and that's why she's reacting that way, right? I'll give her the benefit of a doubt, right? And she's sitting here putting herself in this trauma again by even doing this interview. That's why the doctor said that she didn't understand why she was here. If you're not even healed, mama, this is still very fresh, still very new. Why are you here doing interviews? You know what I'm saying? Take the time off, get offline, and really actually heal the way that you need to heal. But instead, you're saying, no, I have no time to heal. I'm a Messiah, and I've been called by God to tell everybody my story, and I have to share and spread it as wide as I possibly can, because they have to hear from my mouth. They have to hear from my mouth. They have to hear my experience for them to get it. Like, she is messiahing herself to make herself seem that she has been called upon God to literally be the messenger of this situation. And quite frankly, that's not true. And you know why that's not true? Because that's an ego thing. That is an ego thing, where you think that you're the only one who's supposed to be able to deliver this message. There's a reason why God called upon many different messengers from many different walks of life, so that particular person can reach certain people that is in the same situation or the same boat as that individual. There's many different messengers for many different reasons. And they are called upon for many different reasons to speak to the people that they need to speak to. But you are making yourself as their own dang messenger, that nobody else is going to register and nobody else is going to get this unless they hear from your voice. and then you turn around and then you want to offend the doctor's profession when she didn't say anything remotely as if she was targeting you in any way. I just think that that was a trauma response, and we're seeing it play out, that gimmick, that mask that she had on earlier with the tears and the napkin to catch the teardrop and all, while we're going through the interview, is coming off. And you can look at the doctor's face and you can see that she also sees the mask is coming off too.
To the fact that they may have not gotten help, I think that it is even deeper than that. I think that it's truly spiritual warfare that is going on, and that's a big part of this.
Well, I'm hoping that for everybody out there, whether you are someone who has been abused, whether you are someone who struggles with feelings or thoughts that you struggle with around attraction to younger individuals, around power and control, around sexual assault, I want you to recognize that there is help available no matter where you sit on the spectrum. If you know that you have struggles that you need help with, there are people who want to help you. Whether you utilize scripture and the word and you seek out Christian therapists who can help you with that, or whether you look for individuals who are Muslim, who are Buddhist, who are Baptist, who are atheist, who are agnostic, wherever you need to get your healing from, I want you to know that there are people out here who can and who want to help you, and who will not judge you, but who will help you try to get to a place where you understand yourself and that you can be the best version of yourself.
Thank you so much, Dr. Spirit and Brianna, for that great question. And I want to be clear here. I see this question just happening in the chat very often, and I want to just address it just so you can update the people as well.
Okay.
Because most people are very upset when they hear these kind of crimes, and they're saying like, yo, why is he just not in jail?
That's
like,
what I call and ask.
Say.
The first few weeks I was calling and asking that, harassing them. Why is he not in jail? He's walking around free. He's a predator. He's a pedophile. He could be around kids. Why have you not arrested them? They said, we're very reluctant to charge these crimes.
Okay.
We have to do an investigation first. It could take months. There's it's going on the back end, so there's a complaint number, but not an official case number that the public can see. But they're investigating it. They've been investigating it from the day that I stepped into that hospital. If people are not familiar with how the system works, that's how it works. These are mandated reporters. As soon as you go to a hospital, police are involved immediately. The investigation started immediately. The detective came to the hospital with Child Protective Services. They have all been involved in this case. So all the steps have been taken. Therapy has been started, all the things. And to clear the record, I know there's a lot of people saying that I'm doing this in retaliation to him filing for divorce. He filed for divorce 3 days after. 3 days after the investigation started, and I left him and took the kids. That was all he could do to try to get the kids back, was file for divorce. To get some type of custody.
Understood.
Before Dr. Spirit goes, because I actually had a question for Dr. Spirit. Because
I don't want Dr. Who said Dr. Spirit going?
Oh, okay, no.
Okay, didn't she tell us earlier on in this article that in this interview, didn't she tell us early on that he said that he was going to divorce her the last time she laid like a log and allow him to grape her, and then he was so upset because she was just laying like a log, wasn't crying or fighting back. She said that he jumped off her and said that he was getting a divorce. Now, she told us that story, and that story was before the last child was born. She said that. That's her words. She said before the last child even came into play, the last time that she got maritally raped, and she decided to lay as a log and not cry or anything or fight back, he hopped off of her and said that he was going to divorce her. Well, if you have an infant child and he said to you all that whole time, he said to you that time that he was going to divorce you, and now you're telling us that after 3 days of you being aware, becoming aware that your children have been affected, and you went to the doctor, the mandated reporter took the report, you got a police escort, and the investigation started right then and there, then that's when he actually filed for divorce. But you knew that he was filing for divorce. You knew that he was filing for divorce. I don't know how old is the young baby? What, a couple months ago? Like 6 months? Is the baby 6 months or 8 months old? Ma'am, you knew that he was filing a divorce. You said that the last time he raped you, he didn't get satisfied, that he said that he was divorcing you. You knew that you was in a process of getting a divorce because he knew that you didn't like what he was doing. You had enough of it. Like, I don't know. It's the story. Like, the story and the storyline is not adding up. If you told us that he hopped off of you and he said that I want a divorce because you laid like a log when he tried to take advantage of you, then ma'am, you knew for about 8 months, almost to a year, that this man was going to divorce you. You knew for almost a year that this man was going to divorce you. And you, oh my, okay, am I bugging? Like, let me listen to the chat. Let me look at the chat. Y'all tell me, am I bugging or am I catching it? Am I catching the drift? Because it's starting to seem like, I don't know. Lana says, don't you get a case number as soon as you file a police report? Yes, you do. You do get a case number. It's actually on the paper. It doesn't matter if the paper is a yellow paper or a pink paper. Most of the time when you file a report, it's a pink paper, which already comes with its own initial case number and everything on it, right? That's how you are able to get a copy, and they keep their copy. And that's how they go back to the station and they put it into the system. But you have a copy of what is written and your signature on it that you sign, and you swear that this is the truth. And that was what was presented to the police officer at the time. That's what that report is. So I'm tripping as into it's been almost 6 weeks. He hasn't been arrested. You said there's a big investigation going on. I'm sure the DNA test has to have been approved now. That's not going to be public. That's not going to be public for us. But the DNA test and all that stuff like that has already been proved, whether or not if he did it or not. The man is still loose. The man is in Jersey. The man is on dating sites online. You said that he filed for divorce 3 days after the reporting, the investigation started, but you also admitted to us that you knew that he was going to divorce you 9 months prior due to the simple fact of your marital grapes. This is getting very interesting. This is getting very, 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 very interesting. Let me play a little bit more, and then we're going to call it a quits because I got to go wash my hair. I'm about to go get my hair redone tomorrow early in the morning, retied. I got to get a retie because, got to keep these locks good. But I got to go get a retie and all that stuff like that. So let's go on.
Oh, okay, my bad.
What is it? Well, yeah, we can let. I want to bring up.
Said he was cutting me loose.
I want to have. We're gonna have one more. We're gonna have one more caller come up before we're gonna end the hotline. Though we're gonna have one more caller come up. But go ahead.
Well, because I'm reading this super chat. And shout out to Hot Tolerance, says 2 times girl dad here. Where's the accountability having all these men in her kids' orbit? At least a boy hiding under the bed from his mama with the switch owned up. Mama I'm gonna clean up my room and put my toys up. I'm not sure what he got going on the end of that message. Anyway, it's really the first part of the message, Dr. Spirit, because it's the where the accountability is at. And I myself is actually a victim of sexual assault as a youth. And when I have my thoughts about it, and I often ask myself when I think about it, well, why would my mom put me in a situation with this person? And then I try to create in my head all of these things that I'm gonna do when I have kids and the type of people my kids are gonna be around. And when I come to the conclusion, it's really around nobody. Because I'm like, I keep creating more and more rules about who's gonna be around my kids, and then my standard gets so high, I'm like, well, damn, I guess I'm gonna be the only person around my kid. But I know that parents can't actually do that. So my question is, where does the accountability, where does it come in at when a parent has her, or her or his kids around different adults? How much is a parent to be held accountable if something does happen?
Well, and I want you to know that it's not just around adults. I want you to know that you have to be careful with other children. You have to be careful with the older children who are in the house as well. And you have to be careful about the history of the children that your children are being left in the care of, or who they are playing with. Because children who have been sexually abused are much more likely to turn around and abuse other children, even children their age. That's why you hear a lot of parents nowadays say, I don't care, my kids don't have sleepovers. They don't go over to other people's houses. But what we also have to learn is predators need to be around the thing that they are attracted to, and they need to have the space to be alone with them. So what we really want to talk about is, how do we not leave children alone with other people? We don't leave our children alone with their coaches, so that the coach is just driving the kid home from football practice or baseball practice and have the kid sitting in the front seat next to them. We don't allow the children to go to the bathroom and have the adults inside of the bathroom with them. And I want you to know that there are organizations out here who train communities on how to protect their children and how to bolster their community, and to identify hot spots in homes, in churches, in schools, all over the place in order to keep children safe. I can tell you, for example, that I have been for many years a child abuse prevention facilitator with Darkness to Light, which is a child sexual abuse agency that teaches community members, how do we protect our children? How do we arm parents? How do we arm adults? How do we arm children with the knowledge that they need in order to make sure that no one has to become a victim of child sexual abuse? And so what we have to do is we have to recognize how common it is. We have to not be scared of the conversation. And the reality is, if you are an individual who has suffered, please recognize that it makes it very difficult for you to stand in the gap when no one stood in the gap for you. So many individuals, unfortunately, become paralyzed with fear, paralyzed with denial. They are revisiting their own trauma when they see signs that children, especially their own children, may be being abused by someone that they love. Too many people turn a blind eye, and it's very easy for us to sit back and judge. But to somebody's point, there was somebody that called in a few minutes ago to talk about how this looks. Many people are still protecting abusers. You know that the cousin or the uncle abused people, and they're still invited to the Christmas parties. They're still invited to the family reunions. Everybody is still laughing and joking, and they know that there is that one person who says, I will not come to the house when so-and-so is there because you all know what he did to me. And most people are so paralyzed, they don't know what to do, and they will turn and isolate the victim and rally around the same person who perpetrated the acts because they don't want to stand up and deal with it in their family. So we have to get better, we have to become more educated, and we have to be willing to have these very hard conversations.
What I do want to ask Dr. Spirit, and I take full accountability for bringing men around my children. In hindsight, I wish I would have just made different decisions to where I'd never put myself in a situation to even have to, I do wish I would have made better decisions. But being a young mom, I made mistakes. And I
what
take
want you to
accountability
understand,
for
Isis,
that.
is that it started even before that in your storyline. It wasn't about, if it would have been as simple enough as protecting my children from some men, then that would have been something that you would have done 100% of the time because you love your children. This is why it is so important for us to learn how our traumas are showing up in our adult lives, because the things that we were exposed to in our childhoods, the ways that we were loved and not loved properly, lead us to make decisions based upon trauma and familiarity of trauma. And so what I just encourage everybody to do is learn from a cautionary tale. Whether you think that you can relate to Isis's story or not, we all have trauma. We all have wounds. We all have things that are causing us to show up in our lives in a place where we are not fully functional. And so let this be a cautionary tale that says, how can I heal myself so that I don't have blind spots that will not only hurt me, but hurt people that I love? That is the real takeaway here. Because until we heal, we are literally passing on a legacy that creates more trauma, no matter what that looks like, sexual or otherwise. That's the real takeaway.
And the doctor is 100% correct, because the simple fact is that what Isis is not realizing is her trauma is not the sexual abuse. That's not what she's traumatized with. She's traumatized with being left. She's traumatized with being left in relationships not working out. Her not having her fairy tale wedding and marriage, picket fence, husband adores her, shopping sprees and all that. That's where her trauma leads to. Her trauma doesn't have anything to do with her sexual abuse and her actually really being fearful for her children. Because again, if it was her sexual abuse, right? The simple fact that she said that she was sexually assaulted at a young age by a neighbor, then she would know better than anybody about how you have to be very careful about who you let in your life and who you let around your children. She should know that by experience. But that didn't stop her. That didn't stop her from putting her children near complete strangers in short amount of time. That didn't stop her from moving her son in to somebody's house so she can be taken care of. That didn't stop her from getting married to a man offline within 2 weeks of knowing him and moving her entire family, which is her sons at that time, into that person's household. So that fear of kids being violated by people that you don't know or people that you do know, right? Or who you allow to have access to you, she had no fear in that. That's not her trauma. She wants people to believe that that's her trauma. That's not what she's traumatized for. She's traumatized of being alone. She's traumatized of being the quote unquote stereotype of the single mother with kids who has to struggle her whole entire life by herself, never gets married, and everybody, and only men who wants to be around her is men who wants to play around with her and waste her time and energy. That's her trauma. That is her trauma. Not this whole, I'm scared of my kids being touched and I'm afraid of who I leave my kids with and all that stuff like that. And that's not her real trauma. Because like I said, if that was her real trauma, she would have never moved in with those two men the way that she did and took her children with her like that. She would never have did it like that. She would have never had did it like that. And I'm sure that she's feeling quite offended by what the doctor is saying, because the doctor is speaking truth to herself. Is speaking truth to her. about the trauma. Yes, we do know that sexual assault victims do tend to commit sexual assault later on, or they tend to have a pattern of being abused and sexually assaulted while they get in older ages, right? But the clear fact is that if she was that worried and that scared and that traumatized about, being touched, or her children being touched, her being a victim of being touched, she wouldn't allow her child to move into a house of a man that she don't know. And she thought that she was doing the best that she could possibly do by being a stay-at-home mom, a work from home mom. She said, oh, well, as long as I'm working from home, then I'm quote unquote watching my children, and making sure that everything's okay and everything like that. But yeah, I still don't have no problem moving into homes with men that I don't know, men that I really didn't formulate strong connections and relationships with. You had no idea who your husband was. You had no idea who that man was. You had no idea. You didn't even know he was married 4 times. You had no idea who that man was, but you took his last name and you moved your children in his house within 2 weeks. Who are you trying to fool, lady? Who are you trying to fool? That wasn't your focus. Your fear was you didn't want to be a stereotype. Your fear was you didn't want to be a stereotype. You didn't want to be the single mother trope. That's what it was. That was your fear. That's your trauma. Not the sexual abuse thing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spirit. We actually got one more call I want to get backstage. I think we got a brother backstage, right, Lano?
Yep, we got Chandler backstage.
We got my brother Chandler backstage. Let's go ahead and bring my brother here. What's up, Chandler? How you doing, brother? You are on mute. Unmute yourself real quick, Chandler, so we can make sure we can hear you, brother.
Damn, I got that Christmas sweater on, man. You ready?
Brother, looking like the 25th. What's up?
We sure can.
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. Give me your age and your location.
Okay. Kind of I'm anonymous, and that's not my name. I'm using somebody else's Zoom right now. Sorry, but like really quick question.
Hold on, wait. Give me. You say your age and location is anonymous?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, shit.
I'm sorry. Is that a problem?
Yeah.
I mean,
nobody in the history.
Let that man stay anonymous. He trying to stay out of trouble. Let him stay right
okay. Dr. Spirit said you're trying to stay out of trouble. Let's go ahead and let him rock. Then go ahead. What's your question, brother?
It plays into the social media aspect. I think what happened to your children is absolutely horrible, and I think to get on such a large platform and share your story is difficult. I don't know that I could comprehend how difficult it is to share this particular story. Yeah. But how do you reconcile sharing that story as it is your story, but it's also your children's story? So now 2.4 million or however many other people see that will now know that that happened to them at the hands of their father or stepfather. How difficult is that?
It's very difficult, and it's actually something that I struggled with back and forth before I even recorded the video, because I didn't want to put my children's trauma out there for everybody. But honestly, I felt God gave me no other choice. Like I keep saying, this isn't about just us. It's not about just us. It had to be said.
There you go, Sean. I mean, I
can't believe this woman. I'm done. I've been trying my best. I'm calling on God. I'm calling on the Heavenly Father right now. I've been trying my best to be empathetic to this woman. And I hate to say this. I have no sympathy for this woman. All my sympathy is for those children. My sympathy goes completely for her children and not her. And the only reason why I'm saying this now is because she's literally playing in people's faces right now. And it's very disheartening how she's playing in people's faces. You're literally saying that you're making everything like you're some messiah and God gave you a message and you're the only one to give this message. You said that you contemplated for a while whether to even do the video, right? This is what you said. You telling me that you couldn't be an advocate offline? Now, I'm not trying to say that you have to be one, but you telling me that you couldn't do the work to help other victims or help people who potentially could be in the same situation. You couldn't do any of that offline. You had a decent following on your channel. You couldn't do a members only live stream and stuff like that. I mean, if you really wanted to, let your members know what was really going on, especially after all the things that you was giving them advice on, right? You felt beholden to do that. Then yeah, a members only stream, a unlisted stream where you only send out a certain type of links, advocacy offline, none of that came to play. Only just sitting down in a role and doing and doing a video going viral. And this guy does bring a big point though, right? Because your situation, yes, you went through this, but guess what? Your children went through this too. This is not only your story, this is your children's story. This is your children's story, and their story has been spread over the world. And guess what? Because they're young and because we want to protect them, they don't even get to say their piece. We don't get to hear how they feel. They didn't get a say so on whether or not, if they wanted something like this to be up in front center for people to dissect and tear it apart and everything like that. You didn't give them no choice. When they get older, they're now going to have to be dealing with a whole bunch of questions, and under the realization that something that is truly horrible, and literally the perpetrator is the one person that was supposed to be their protector. The perpetrator was the one who was supposed to protect them. The predator was the one who was supposed to protect them. And that is a very, very, very horrible and toxic something that you have to come to grips with. And that's a lot of therapy. That's a lot of therapy that them young girls and even your sons who are not, they might not be a victim of that, but that happened to their siblings. That happened to their sisters. They're gonna feel like they didn't protect their sisters. What about them? They think, who knows, like they probably even got a liking or have a connection to your estranged husband now. Somebody that they had grown to have feelings for, they have to look at him in a different way. Someone that you have groomed and grown them to look at him as a father, now they have to look at him as a whole monster and all these other things. You didn't take any of those things into consideration. Where I want to know, where is you? Yeah, exactly. She don't think about those kids. Exactly, Miss Jalen. Exactly. She's not thinking about those kids. She's not thinking about those kids at all. She's not thinking about those kids. And she just keep on saying, oh, well, this is what God told me to do. This is what God told me to do. God told me to get on the mic and drop a beat. God told me to go on my channel and say and let everybody know my story. She's literally trying to messiah her reasoning as to why she's doing this. God called me and told me to do this. God called me and told me to do that. And also, God called you and told you to marry a man within 2 weeks and move your children in there. God called you to do it. God called you to go look at sprinkle content. Lady, please. Please. I can't. Like, and I am one of the most empathetic persons, period, about people. But I cannot, I really cannot show it for her, because the way how she's really playing in people's faces and trying to seem like she's so innocent, and that no, this was the only way. And even when people say that there was other ways that you can handle it and address it, I get it. You know, you want to do it the way you want to do it, but just be honest about it. Don't messiah your way as into I was called upon God to do this. You ain't Moses.
It seems like you're gonna be brief and brilliant on that one. It's really
I don't know what else to
explanation.
say. That's all it is. This isn't about views. It's not about anything other than I thought that maybe, YouTube is my only source of income. I was like, maybe I will help some of my community in updating them just to be aware that this could happen. I had no idea that this would go viral to this extent. I had a small YouTube channel. I still do. I never expected all this to happen, but God kept saying, you need to tell the truth, because I glorified this man in public. I made it seem like it was a fairy tale, and in a way it was. It seemed like it was, but it wasn't. It wasn't.
And Dr. Spirit, just to give you an idea, because I know you are really in the dark about the situation, the purpose of ISIS's YouTube channel was to help ladies find a husband.
Find love within a year.
Absolutely. Which is obviously the story line that she had herself. And that was what most of the content was about, which is, again, why she is now communicating, why she felt compelled to communicate that it wasn't what you said it was.
Well, there was things going on that I wasn't even aware of that this man was doing.
Yeah.
He played,
so
everyone around me was shocked. They couldn't believe that he would do such a thing. He seemed like such a good dad, the perfect provider. People looked at us like, oh, they're such a beautiful family. Everywhere we went, that's all we heard. What a beautiful family. I would never have expected.
Right. I understand what she's saying, and I understand that there was manipulation and all that involved, right? I'm not saying that didn't happen, because he does seem like he was a manipulative individual, right? Probably even a pure narcissist. But my only problem is that we have to get out of the head. We have to get out of our head that just because a person is, let's say they show that they're a great mom, or they show that they're a great dad, or they show that they're a great brother, they're a great uncle, they're a great grandfather, whatever. They're a great coworker, they're a great friend. That doesn't mean that that individual is a great person or a great human being. And we like to give people positions, or we like to label their position in your life as a reason why that person is a good person. And truly, the person is just in a position. Anybody can fill that position, right? Look at the words that we say. When we say that you're such a good friend to whoever our friend is, right? That individual is a good friend because they're acting and they're conducting themselves as a good friend. But guess what? We have all experienced friends who are not good. We call them bad friends. That person is still a friend, but they're a bad friend. It's the adjective in front of the noun that changes the sentence. right? That's what makes this friend a good friend. That's what makes this friend a bad friend. But guess what? They both hold the same position. Friend in your life. That is their relationship dynamic with you. They are a friend. And one can be on the good side and the other one could be on the bad side. And we have a bad problem in our society, because this is not only a community-based thing, this is a societal thing. We have a bad problem in our society that we like to lump up individuals by their position and already give them the title of being good and decent or kind and everything without actually earning that particular attribute. We automatically assign people, oh, this is a great person, and this is a great guy, and this is a great husband, and this is a great wife, and this is a great. We assign these things to people just by their positions that they hold in our life. And we give it to them really unwarrantedly, really. Just because you're in that position, that doesn't mean that you're good. There's men who are great fathers, but they can't be great husbands. There are men who are great husbands, but they're not great men. They do horrible things out here in the street, but they treat their wife good. There are women who are great mothers, but they will never be great wives. There are women who are wives who are not great mothers. We have to stop doing that. We have to stop believing that the position that an individual holds in your life and assigning them whether they're good, decent, or whatever, due to the simple fact that the position that they hold in your life. I call this man my best friend, or I call this girl my best friend. So she automatically just becomes good because the position that she holds in my life is that she's my best friend. That doesn't mean that she might not be somebody's worst nightmare or somebody's worst enemy outside of my position that I hold for her. I always said that a person can be great and wonderful for you, but be somebody's worst nightmare. Be somebody else's worst nightmare. Because your relationship with that person, that relationship dynamic with that person does not transcend into every single relationship that person has with anybody else in the world. It doesn't transcend. The way you feel about that person or the way how that person conduct themselves with you do not transcend to everyone. That person can be someone's worst freaking enemy, can be a nightmare. But then you look at this person's so great. I love my relationship with this person. It's perfect. It's excellent. It's wonderful. And we have to stop doing that in society, because that's how we help coddle people or cover people who might not necessarily be good people. We cover them under their position of how they fit in our life. And then they're able to get access and maneuver to get their victims. Offer your coverage. That's my boy. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. That's my boy right there. You could trust him. I trust him. You could trust him. He's my good guy. We got to stop that. We really do. We have to stop it. That's a big problem. That's a big problem that we do as a society. Big, 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 big problem. Your position does not carry or put weight on who your character is. It doesn't. Because that position can be filled with anybody. Somebody can always take your spot of being your friend or your best friend. Someone can always take the spot of being your husband or your wife. Somebody can, those positions, anybody can fill those positions. So that position do not automatically make that person a good person. You just only decide to put that person in that position. We have to stop that. So Lana says, I still agree she needed to tell her followers the truth about the relationship, but the extra has to be flushed out. Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm not saying that she wasn't supposed to tell her followers. She could tell her followers. That's her right, and she did it, and that's fine. And we all know we all know that there's people who just are going to be on the opposite of anything that you do, right? There's just always going to be the antagonistic side of any situation that's going to give you hell and going to pick you apart, pick you by pieces and everything, and say, oh, you should have did this right, or you should have did that right, or you should have made that left and you should have made that right, and everything would have been different. We're always going to have those people, right? And that's what's going to happen when it comes down to the social media or any forms of platforms. But there's a lot of things that I seen in this interview that she literally she pretty much, like, how can I put this? There's things in this interview that I feel that she fabricated. I felt that some things that in this interview she lied. I felt that she was being disingenuous on a lot of things. We also start to see that she was getting triggered and getting defensive with the doctor. Then she will revert back into I'm the victim. I'm the victim. I see the Cinderella complex in her. What she was discussing earlier, and then now the Messiah complex that she had, that she feels that she is ordained by God, that she had to tell her story, and that she had to tell her story this way. And this is why she keeps on leaning into spiritual warfare. God told me this, God told me that. I pray to God. She's going really hard to make that stick in people's heads, that the things that she did and the way how she moved was solely governed by God. That's what she's doing. Miss Jalen says, mothers have to do anything to take care of their children, but she sold herself to the highest bidder. Yeah, she did. All right, let's go on a little bit more, and then I'm going to let y'all good people go.
Expected this man to do this. And in my research, I've realized that this is one of the most common forms of sexual abuses, fathers, unfortunately. And people are not talking about it because of the shame. It's so embarrassing, and I hate that I, have had to expose what have happened to my children, but I'm just praying that even if it helps one person, it was worth it.
Oh.
There you go, Chandler. Thank you so much for your question, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. You have a good night. Man, first of all, man, Dr. Spirit, I thank you so much for coming up on here and joining us here tonight. Obviously, it would have went so far, with me and Ryan getting the testimony, but we wanted to give the people something practical, that they can use and apply, especially, for other people that's watching this that have experienced this. Because if you've experienced this is always a very triggering conversation. There's some people that have buried, this in their hearts and their minds, and, this might have really brought it back to the surface. And that's why we wanted to make sure we had you on hand. But just after hearing this entire conversation, after your, obviously this is a very brief assessment, just give me some of your final thoughts as we close out the show, and you really just address ISIS and the people that might just want to hear your words.
Well, ISIS, you're not going to take any suggestions that I have, but you are a part of the internet culture. You are a part of this is therapeutic for you. But I would say, just please consider fading to black for just a little while, to give yourself time and your children time to heal outside of the public eye. If God called you to tell your story, to expose the truth, then hallelujah for
That's
your
all
obedience.
I answered to.
You have done
That's all
your
I answered
part.
to.
And now, perhaps, the time has come. If you have truly done your part, then go and heal and allow yourself to focus on you and your children now, and to come up with a plan for what you do before this man and now after this man, because he will be a part of you all's story for a lifetime. I would also say to anyone else who is out there, if you have found yourself triggered tonight, if you recognize that ISIS is telling your story, if you recognize that your story has yet to be told, get into somebody's chair. Let healing be possible for you. If you recognize that you are a person who at any point in your past or in your present has struggled with sexual feelings that you don't feel like are in your control, that don't feel the healthiest for you, whether it is around attraction to children, whether it is around power and control or feelings of inadequacy or insecurity that cause you to show up in sexual ways that you are not proud of, recognize that healing is possible and recognize that there are places that can help you understand you without judgment and help you get to a place where you feel more whole and satisfied and secure. And so what I would say is, no matter where you stand on this, recognize that at the end of the day, you have to be responsible for you and be responsible for the children who are entrusted in your care. Educate yourself, know how to protect children, don't be afraid to have the conversations, and don't be afraid to enlist people like us to help you.
Wow. There we go. Thank you so much, Dr. Spirit, again for coming up on
My
here
pleasure.
and joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you here on Hardly Initiated. We love you. Go get you some sleep, because I know you need some after the kind of days
Long day
that you be having over there. All right. So thank you guys.
Love you too, Dr. Spirit.
Everybody drop a love in the chat for Dr. Spirit. You know, and man, Isis, I thank you as well, you know, for coming up here, because I just know this took a lot. You know, I know this is heavy. I know this is scary. It's a lot of people in the chat. It's a lot of people in your comments. It's a lot of people, you know, giving their 2 cents in your life, you know, on your children's life, on your entire family's life, you know, at this point. So just curious, I mean, is there anything that, you know, you want to say to the people before we go ahead and let you go?
I did this for the victims, and when I saw the victims in my comments that said my mom never believed me, even if it was just one comment, but it was so many, I knew I did the right thing. I knew putting the video out was the right thing. God has shown me over and over that this has been the right thing. And for everybody who wants to say, I need to take a break, please write me a check for me to take a break from taking care of my children. Please do. That's what I have to say.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't.
So I'm going to continue to show up.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't. See, and that is exactly why. That is exactly why anybody who would have empathy and sympathy for her, it went right out the window. That was a shot. That was literally a shot against the doctor before she left. She told the doctor, if you think that I need to go get offline and take a break, then why don't you go write me a check? You are doing this for the money, darling. You said that you did this because God called you to do it, but in fact, you just told the truth. You're doing this for money. You doing all this for money. You did this interview for money. The reason why it's happening, going down online, it doesn't have anything to do with God calling you, darling. It has everything to do with you trying to, quote unquote, make money to feed your children, because you no longer have your husband. He's not going to take care of you and your children while you are accusing him of essaying his own children. Like, I can't believe she just said that. And then she said it mad bold, like, you go write me a check if you think that I need to get offline, Ma. Wow, I can't believe she just did that. I can't believe she just did that. I am flabbergasted right now. I'm so flabbergasted. I cannot believe she just said that. After doing this whole spew, saying that God led you to do this because if you can help one victim and all this stuff like that, it wasn't for the views, it wasn't for the money, it wasn't for the clout, but then literally sat up there after the doctor left and she thinks that the best advice she can give you is to take some time and just heal with your daughter or your daughter's offline and heal and really focus on your journey. You sat up there with a attitude and had the audacity to say, anybody who says that they want me offline or they want me to fade to black, you can write me a check. I can't believe she just said that. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Wow. I can't believe it.
I'm going to continue to speak my truth. I'm going to continue to be obedient because obedience is better than sacrifice. And I'm going to continue to do what I'm called. God has shown me over and over that this has been the right thing. And for everybody who wants to say, I need to take a break, please write me a check for me to take a break from taking care of my children. Please do. That's what I have to say about that. Okay? So I'm going to continue to show up. I'm going to continue to speak my truth. I'm going to continue to be obedient because obedience is better than sacrifice. And I'm going to continue to do what I'm called to do, regardless of how anybody feels about it. Because God is using me and I'm just here to do what he tells me to do. I'm going to continue to do so.
Is it you right now? Are you pretty much do you have full custody of your 5 babies?
Yes, through the protective order I do. Yes.
Okay. So I can imagine that's heavy on you right now.
Yes. Yes.
Just responsibility and financially.
Oh my gosh, we've been struggling so bad. This man is not paying any type of support on time. He sends some of it. I made maybe $100 a month from YouTube when we broke up. I had nothing. I still am fighting every day. Even GoFundMe. I don't know what's wrong with them. They won't even let me get the money out. I don't know if people have been reporting it or being weird. And the devil has been working so hard, people just don't know. And it's because God is using me. God wants me to tell this story. And the enemy gets mad every single time. And it's worth it.
Well, if you...
I'm over it. I am so over it. I can't. I am flabbergasted. I am so flabbergasted that she just did that, right? Ma'am, I would want to know, do you want him to go to jail or do you want him to pay child support? Because if he goes to jail, he's not going to be able to pay you child support. He's going maybe you can, by still legally being his wife, maybe you can try to obtain some investments or whatever, not that you have your name under. But if he goes to jail, you're not going to get any child support. So why are you worrying about child support from a man that you said is a monster and he did that to your children? Why would you want to touch that money? There was a prenup. I'm just saying, like, I don't want no, I mean, me personally, I wouldn't want no money from a monster. I wouldn't want no money from a monster. I don't want to touch the money. I don't want you at all associated with my kids. I wouldn't want your money, no nothing. I don't want your money, your time, your energy, nothing. I don't want nothing from you. In fact, you lucky that the courts is keeping you away from me, because if not, the only thing that I probably would want from you if I was in her situation is for you to be 6 feet under the ground. And I'm just going to keep it 100 with you. So for the simple fact is that she's sitting up here talking about he doesn't pay any child support and all. Ma'am, you said he was a monster. Why would you want to take money from a monster? You're not in civil court with him. You're in criminal court with him. You're not in civil court. You're not in civil court like suing him for slander or defamation, right? You're not doing that. You're in criminal court with him. He committed a crime. Apparently, he committed a crime that he haven't been arrested for yet. And he did this to children, his children. But then you're still worrying about child support. So you think that he is supposed to, I know those are his kids, right? But if he victimized his kids, you are literally saying that you want the abuser to still take care of children that he abused. You want the abuser to take care of children that he abused. You want the abuser to take care of children that you allege that he abused and that he's a monster. But I don't care if he's a monster. He still needs to I don't care if he's a monster. He still needs to take care of his responsibilities. My head hurt. So I hope everybody had fun. I had fun reacting and reviewing this. This interview was quite interesting. I definitely enjoyed the Dr. Romney little live stream that we was talking about how narcissists, what they do when they find out that you are yes. Yes. Okay. But yeah, Dr. Romney, I did definitely enjoy Dr. Romney's video. Dr. Romney's video was very good. It showed you insight of what happens when a narcissist finds out that you are onto their game. They don't stop. They push further. In fact, their rage become higher and then heightened, because the more that you move away from them, the more enraged they're going to get. So they're just keeping you in mind that you have to prepare yourself mentally and emotionally that this is what's going to happen when you're dealing with a narcissist, and that pretty much none of it is going to end until the narcissist is ready to move on to their new supply. So you just have to make yourself like ironclad, and then, it'll be better for you. It'll be better for you in the end, in the long term. But you just have to wait until it really dies out. There's nothing else you can do. But just do your due diligence and continue to stay away from them and ignore them. According to this interview, there was a lot of loopholes in her story. Now that I'm hearing more details from the horse's mouth, I see a lot of loopholes in her story. I feel that she is disingenuous on certain things. I do feel that this did happen. I'm not saying that she's lying. I do believe that this situation did happen. However, there's certain things about it that's being left out, and she's going to leave it out due to the simple fact that it's going to make her look bad. And we seen in the interview the whole entire time for 3 hours, she was trying to make sure that she remains this virtuous, God-fearing woman image. She was trying to make sure that she keep it up the whole entire time. There were some times that mask slipped and that she showed her little rage and her anger, she showed her little rage, her little green goblin on her shoulder popped out a little bit, but then she was able to control herself and get back into monotone and then put out the whole victim narrative. I definitely see that this woman has a Cinderella complex. She is she's looking to be taken care of. She's the princess, she's the prima donna. Her life is supposed to be a fairy tale. She led with that. Many times she dropped the ball in protection of her children, period, as well as the protection of herself. And I honestly, at the end of the day, that's the reason why her children have suffered. Her children suffered because she refused to protect herself, and that's why they suffered. They suffered from her not protecting herself. So, in fact, that was a trickle-down situation as into why her children ended up not being protected. I do wish Isis the best, though. I do think that she could definitely come back from it, but she definitely has to take the advice of the doctor and get offline, heal, go through your whole healing journey, get to know yourself better, get to know your kids better, and like I said, just do it like that. I'm not saying that she's supposed to stay away from ever. No, she don't have to stay away from ever. She could go back to a show. She could find out whatever other things that she likes about herself by healing, and maybe that could be content. And if that she want to use that to continue to feed her children, yeah, so be it. But what she needs to do, the situation of making content and trying to feed her children off of the story of the abuse that her children was subjected to, as well as her, that needs to die. Because what she's doing, even though she's saying that she's doing this because God called her to this and all the stuff like that, the generational trauma that she said that she's trying to end, she's still perpetuating it. And that's what she didn't realize. And that's what she didn't understand, what the doctor was trying to explain to her. You are keeping the trauma going, whether you believe it's righteous or not. You're keeping the trauma going. You're not helping it to be removed. And if you really want it to the point where your children won't have to pass that down, and you no longer pass it down into your new relationship later on, if you decide to get into one, there's certain steps that you need to do, and it's a hard pill to swallow. But we already heard what her stance was in it. You're not going to tell me what to do. I've been ordained by God to come out here and to speak my truth and to make money off of this situation by speaking my truth. And if you want me offline, you can write me a check. That was her answer to that. So I wish her well. Godspeed to her. God bless those children. And I hope they really are getting the help and the care that they need. And I hope they do not suffer anymore. They really don't. And all of this is quite unfortunate. And I'll say I have a little bit, like this much. I have only like this much sympathy for her, because it's not far-fetched for you to be wanting the best things out of a relationship. It's not far-fetched for you to want a man who love you, care about you, want to take care of you, support you, and all the stuff like that. The things that she was asking for is not uncommon, right? It's not. She was asking for very regular, smegular things. However, the way that she went by it probably wasn't the best. It wasn't the best route to take, right? It wasn't the best route to take. And then on top of that, don't put sprinkle into your mess, okay? We all know what her content is. We all seen what her content was about. You decided to take that advice from her. Excuse me. You took the advice from her. You took the things that you liked about what she put out there, and you are the one who chose to put that into your life, right? Put that a part of your daily habit about how you move and how you navigate when it came down to dating and everything. You decided to do that. Don't put no blame on that woman. Don't put no blame on that woman. That is not fair. That's not fair. And that's very disingenuous on how you're trying to play the part of sprinkle in your situation. Because sprinkle, she was with her man. She'd been with her husband for 25 years. Sprinkle dated that man for, think about like 2 to 3 years, where she was garnishing all that investment. And then when she decided to marry him after that long period of time, she went ahead and married him by the amount that he was investing and stuff like that. If you actually listen to Sprinkle's story about how she met her husband, which is all on her channel too, you can go back and look at how she met her husband and what transpired and how long she was with that man before she actually married that man. But in all, she's been married to that man for 20 plus years. Okay. So again, even Sprinkle, she didn't do what you did. She didn't do what you did. So don't blame her for certain choices and decisions that you made. You made them, you made a mistake. It was a horrible mistake. That should had never had happened to you. That should had never happened to your children. Never. None of that should have happened to neither one of y'all, but it did happen. So now heal properly. Heal properly. And I just want to say thanks everybody who's been rocking out with me for so long. Please hit the like button, comment, and subscribe. Please comment and let me know if you like these vertical live streams, or if you don't like the vertical live stream, you can tell me if you like the landscape or the orientation better. I might switch it up from time to time from doing verticals or doing or orientation. So, just let me know. If you have any content that you will want me to look at, please put it in the comment section after the live stream is over, and I will review it, and we might do it as a live stream, whatever not. But as always, thank y'all so much for coming and supporting and chilling out with me. And I hope everybody have a great night. Take care, everyone.